Hello.
Right.
Alright.
Do we want to get a recap from our good friend and Twitch aficionado, Domash?
What if I say no? Can I be
I think
like...
it's very fitting. It's very fitting that Thomas is doing the recap.
Oh yeah, because of the event that
stole
happened.
the show last game.
Alright.
Please rewatch that a million times. I've rewatched it.
It gives me serotonin. I have it on repeat most days.
It was good. That was a hell of a moment. If you okay.
We're looking forward to part 2 today.
Big eldritch energy.
Continue tormenting.
Still in that space.
Alright, I've got my notes here. If there's anything I miss, because my notes are nowhere near as detailed as some of the other notes, but fairly concise. If there's anything I missed, just be like, yo, Thomas, you numbskull, you forgot this important event. That's crucial to the plot. And I'll be like, okay. But okay, without further ado, in the previous session, on the last episode of the Disappointment Crew, in episode 108, we started off with Cass, Bluey, going over to watch over Karul, who didn't really do or say much at all in their presence while they were looking over
Sorry
him.
to interrupt. There's a really bad echo.
Wait.
From Emma Zendia.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Apologies.
Why does this happen? Nothing changes.
Oh no. Hello guys. I've taken over the People's Campaign.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. I can hear you, I just can't see you.
Better?
Better! Hello.
Oh, okay.
Or at least you're here.
Cool.
But I can hear myself still on your
I don't know
side.
why this happens. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Alright. Continuing on.
Okay, that's kind of why I disconnected. Let me try again. Let's just try. Is this better?
Let's find out. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, George has
Might be.
about it.
I think it's okay. I can't hear the echo on your
Okay,
side.
cool.
Sweet. Alright.
I'll be on mic for a bit.
Alright. Easy peasy. So, continuing on. As Slya, Brian, and Neff stay behind to watch over Loran, as Cass and Bluey watch over Karul, the big bad evil dude who we've come to know and hate and love in a certain sort of weird way, you know, in the player sort of way, but not in a character sort of way, because the characters are out to get him, dude. We are not taking this lightly. I just bumped my mouse a little bit there, getting too excited. Loran is powerful and probably attuned to the Painite, which is why Brian thinks he might be reacting, or not reacting very much at all, to the magic coursing through his veins at this very moment. Slya suggests that she and Neff should take a turn watching over Karul so the others who are currently watching can take a rest, which they do. Brian sends a message to roll me in massage, and I think this message is okay. If there are any mistakes, just let me know. I need to speak to you. Karul is a threat to the Messiah, to the world, and he needs to be punished
Is that
properly.
your All-Star impression?
Unlike before.
How dare
He
you.
replies, bring him to me. We'll see it done.
That was something else, Thomas.
Gary for all the impressions.
Is that your romance?
Bring him to me, Brian. We'll see it done.
It reminds me of when Thomas was doing his like love confession in All Stars voice, and I had to record it because it was that good.
These are the dollar store Disappointment Crew characters. These are the appointment
I
comrades.
Thomas's play of how these characters would be. Really give Neff a little cardboard puppet show.
That would be even worse. That would be like a filtered version of what I'm giving you, which would be amazing in a way.
Yeah.
Brian plans to extradite Karul over there to kill him, and there is support for this plan. Slya sends a message to Zarina. Brian has a plan to extradite Karul to the Messiah for his execution. She replies, forget 72 hours, how about we make it 8? Slya and Neff, I wrote and as Nad, let me just fix that, and. Slya and Neff begin their watch and Neff fails at being intimidating, for now. Slya ignores Karul altogether and Karul says nothing at all, appearing to be unfazed on the surface level, but we will soon come to see that is not quite all that it seems to be. Zarina sends a message to both Brian and Slya asking them to trust her, which is met with a little bit of confusion, which is then clarified with a little bit of an insight roll from Brian. After waking, Brian is overjoyed to see Loran beside him, awake, and they have a nice, wholesome moment together, embracing each other, and the rest of the party awaken shortly after. Brian fills in Loran as he conjures his mansion, Loran, not Brian, conjuring the mansion, at Cass's suggestion. In the cell, Slya and Neff are discovered by guards, and Slya is taken away. Neff does a vibe check and understands that she's not resisting on purpose. Slya sends a stealthy message to Zarina after coming across Sarazar and Tome. a top mage of Zarina's. Ventress guards, hear from me and Sarazer, but maybe not Sarazer. Zarina replies she's on her way, and she asks Slia to cooperate for now. A couple more sendings later, and the situation is clear to Brian, and Tome makes his loyalty to the Archfey known. The group talks about overthrowing the courts, what that entails, and how to go about vengeance with regards to Talia. A thorn in our sides, but not for much longer. Speaking of which, she runs into Sarazer in the cell and is ignored, capital LOL. Talus pops out from behind her and talks to Slia, attempting to put on a poker face so as not to let on how she's feeling. Slia with the poker face, not Talus. I'm realizing now, reading back through my sentences, it's not clear necessarily who's doing what, but I will clarify as we go through. Talus wants the tome. Cass makes her way down to Neff and they watch over Karul together. Brian gives Bluey the Pay Knight to watch over and becomes Spider Brian. Not Bluey, that's Brian becoming the spider.
Spider Brian, Spider Brian.
Loran goes over the plan with Blue regarding the coup and Talia. Brian waddles over in spider form over to Cass and lets her know it's him. Slia notices Talia looks like she's impatiently waiting on something. Slia then verbally pokes her, and Talia leaves the chat room. She orders her guards to take on the mages. They are out of control. Loran and Talia have a face-to-face intense moment. Loran has the power of love and friendship on his side, something that Talia would never understand. She wants his family removed from the court. Loran asks Talia for an explanation on all the wild things we found out about Karul's trial, and Bluey helps out by being intimidating in the background. And it's effective. It works, and Talia is shitting bricks out of fear, and explains she saw our group being led down to the hidden magic circle by, to her surprise, Leander. She's grateful, in a way, that we did her dirty work for her by making that magic circle so she wouldn't need to. Then Zarina and Leander arrive and the fight begins, and punches are landed. A lot of chaos ensues, and we do get to see a Loran versus Talia, the fight of the century match occur, which is pretty good. Cass raises some zombies back downstairs to help Neff and her overwhelming entourage of locusts fight some guards of their own. They are very thrown off. Spider Brian, Loran, and Talia are soaking wet in the biggest courtroom room. Brian bites her in the face. Loran warms her up for the rest of her life. Oh my god, I can't believe I wrote that way. Zarina comes down to Cass and Neff, letting them know their...
It really is the rest of her life.
That gives me serotonin. Also, do you guys hear the little birds? Do you hear the birds?
Birds?
Is it working?
I don't think I do.
My Sirenscape.
Oh, right. Zarina comes down.
Sorry.
Comes down to the birds, the chirping birds. Hello, everybody. Chirp, 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 chirp. I'll do my own bird sound effects because the stream doesn't get any. Okay, that was very accurate. I hope you enjoyed that. Zarina comes down to Cass and Neff, letting them know that they're congregating in the foyer, but the two stick together down here to watch over Karul. After Brian and Loran return to the others, Brian leaves to check on Karul. Neff grows attached to... I just wrote Mr. Twiddles, but that's a locust that she named. And Karul starts to lose it. Mr. Twiddles makes a valiant attempt to thwart Karul, but is devastatingly brought to a complete stop by the magic barrier and dies. Karul hits the barrier with his fist and makes an ashy purple dahlia appear, which Neff is not amused by. "You symbolic asshole!" is a nice quote from that point in time. Neff, for better or worse, isn't scared and continues to banter with Karul. Karul makes a cruel insinuation about, and I wrote in brackets, Thomas thinks, because this is what I think as a player, and I'm not actually sure, I didn't check with Emma, that he's referring to Osha? But Neff doesn't get that, and she completely misses who he's referring to. Also, if it's not Osha, but that's who I think it might be. Brian motions for them to leave upon Bluey and Slia's arrival, and then back upstairs, Zarina goes to get Brian, and the two of them return back to the group in the main lobby. And we are back now, here, in episode 109. I hope I didn't miss anything. George!
Okay.
Hi.
Georgia. Hi.
Hello.
I was listening time. I was here.
No, you're good. Okay, just checking. Can y'all hear the flutes? Can you hear the
Nope.
music? No, not you, unfortunately.
Not you.
I meant the three people who got here early.
Fine.
No, Sirenscape. No? Okay.
I don't know.
Right, let me just So I put the link in the chat. I'll put it in there again in case. That should do it. That should do it. That
I
should
mean,
do
I've
it. Are you
joined the-
connected?
I'm connected.
Yep.
I can see
Okay.
that the game master is you.
Yes,
I
and
can see that Louie's here now,
you should.
as well as Aylin.
Okay.
Also.
Let me. Yeah, I see you. Okay, and you should hear music right now.
Do we have to get a token to allow third-party services to control your Syrinscape devices? Is that what I have to do now?
No, I don't think so. You just should be able to hear the music that I'm playing.
I don't hear anything.
Okay, let me just restart it, and if that doesn't work, then we'll just continue without it.
Do we have to give you the token?
Let me check. Hang on, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me see. Alright, you know what? Let's just start and we can try this again on the break, maybe. Okay. So, everybody, we pick up right where we left off last session with Ulster, you making your way out of the room which once held Karul towards Zarina, and Zarina explaining that she needs, explaining to Slia, and then to you that she needs you, Loran, and Slia to come to bear witness before the Archfey Titania. Bluey, you make your way back towards the room which is which is being used as Karul's holding cell of sorts. You open the door to find Karul, hands braced against an invisible barrier which seems to be shimmering with a strange magic as he just stares at the doorway. When he opens it, you see him kind of like tense slightly and then just go, "Oh my god, not another one," as you enter the room, very clearly aiming his frustrations at your entrance. Is there anything you want to do to respond to that?
Another one. Okay.
Were you expecting somebody else? Blue poses.
Could I roll an insight? I believe I just have a plus
You
one.
certainly can, yes. It's going to be quite a low DC, funnily, because he is definitely not trying to hide his feelings.
13?
13? Okay, well, it's probably, yeah, I mean, he's definitely frustrated. That much you know. You can just tell from his general demeanor. He looks frazzled in a way that you haven't really seen Karul frazzled before. So that's what you get in 13.
Just checking. I'm definitely here to like watch over Karul as everyone else goes to Titania.
Yes, so you are there. In the room as well, you also see Cass and you see Neff, who was a beard.
Okay.
Okay.
I definitely sort of, I'd be like, hello, to the two of them, and I'll just sort of like
Hi.
look at Karul like as blankly as possible.
When Neff opens her mouth just at that moment, Karul just like twitches ever so slightly.
I can't roll another insight, can I? On the actually.
I think it's just going to carry over. He is incredibly, he's suffering, which is actually quite pleasant a sight to see, I think.
As you walk in, all of Cass's zombies turn around and like wave at you, and then immediately go back to giving Karul the finger.
Yeah. How many zombies are there about?
How many did we kill is probably like how many's left. So they started with 110 hit points. They went down to 71, and I had 5. So
let's say you have 8.
wait, they've multiplied.
Yeah, you've killed more people. You killed more people
Oh,
during that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I forgot.
So let's say you have 8, with others having fled. It's probably not exactly accurate, but for all intents and purposes, let's
Cool.
say you have 8 zombies.
Yeah, I did say that I was stuffing the dead bodies in my bag of holding, so yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So, as Bluey, you take your place up inside the room. Coral continues his just glare at the doorway, doing his best not to look in your direction, though just every now and again you catch it out of the corner of your eye, just this like strange like twitch, like this little tick he's developing of just like looking over to a certain bearded halfling. Okay. So, outside of the room, Ulster and Slia.
Ulster's in such a good mood.
Loran stands there, covered in just a vague soot, and he just starts like brushing it off his shoulders, and just like running a hand through his hair, trying to get like the Talia out.
Yeah, same. Ulster's just like, oh.
And Zarina and Leander just kind of look at the two of you.
We didn't kill anyone. No, not us. Ulster doesn't say.
Loran says, "We did not kill anyone." That should be noted. And Zarina says, "It's not like I can cast a zone of truth to find out if you're honest or not, so."
I would like to be clean, though.
Loran clicks his fingers, and you just feel this like rush of. It almost feels like there's like like air is fizzing against your skin, and in a moment, the blood is gone, and you look down, and you look fairly clean. It's a decent job of it.
Thank you.
No evidence now. I love magic.
Laurent, you need to be. He just places a hand, like a finger over Laurent's lips, like shh. Only dreams.
Only dreams. Right. Well, Zarina looks to Euslia, and she says, "Before we go, I don't know if we need necessarily the drow vassal in this," and she just waves the pearl, the pearl string that she's been carrying. But I was going to say we could spend just a little bit, just take a moment to go find them. They're probably in the office.
No, I think she left. She found me in the cells, and
Oh, dramatic.
It's uncomfortable.
Spicy. How'd that go?
well, she said she's done with this, the courts and the Fae, and
Understandable.
Yes.
yes, there wasn't. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, we can't exactly force her to stay, and there's no crime we could accuse her of, unless you can think of anything that would.
Being horrible.
Fortunately, is not a crime. Otherwise, I would be in
Should
jail.
be a crime. Also, just starts making notes for his own rule. He's like, being horrible.
I'm horrible sometimes, but only to people I don't like. So let's put a little caveat in there.
I'll put an asterisk next to it.
Zarina is exempt. Would be lovely. Okay. Never to you. She pinches a cheek.
Also, just wiggles his nose.
Oh, apologies. And she just kind of like brushes off, as she too is left behind a residue, a suit of a kind.
Oh boy.
Anyway, shall we get going?
Okay. Oh, Slia, when we get back, you simply have to see Karul and Neff. I can't believe we didn't figure out this before. It's an amazing torture technique.
Oh, she was doing a great job at intimidating. It was choice.
Loran says, I am incredibly excited to get back in there in a non-spellcasting capacity.
He got upset.
Wonderful.
He had an outburst. He was so annoyed.
Stunning.
He was trying to be really scary, and Neff just didn't let it happen.
Should we have a picnic?
I think that would be really fun.
Okay. Here is the game plan, friends. Mm-hmm. We go to this archfey and make our case, and I'm sure that'll be fine and easy and nothing will happen there. Then we go to Shillelagh's Shakes and Sweets, so long as we avoid the whole, impending army of the Archpremier converging on this location. And then we just set up a little picnic, and then we just have a good time and watch the show. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if you'll be able to eat. You'll be laughing a lot. But we can try.
Okay, well, we'll focus on liquids, soups and milkshakes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Oh, but then there will be like spit takes all over his barrier, and I can't.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Shame for him.
Yeah.
Although we wouldn't be able to see if it's too.
I think he aged like 5 years in the space of 2 minutes I was in there.
Oh, I could use an illusion to make him look incredibly old.
I don't even know how old he is. Maybe you could just, bump him to his actual age.
Oof. I can probably pull something off there. Right then. He looks to Zarina, Leander. Then looks to Leander again. Should you be coming? Aren't you still,
Oh, no. I don't know, what about you?
That's exactly what he was going to say. He was like, I should say the same for you. And Loran says, touche, okay, that's good. You can't outdo the doer, I suppose.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Zarina turns around and starts heading towards the doorway, which they entered in from. At which point, Saraza kind of hesitates and says, should I really be coming? I don't know if I can contribute all that much.
You contribute, Saraza.
He gives you a solid pat on the shoulder. What do you want me to do, Ulster?
I don't know, you're just a comforting presence. I like having you around.
I agree.
So I'm like a stuffed toy for you to squeeze.
Also, just wraps his arms around Saraza and gives him a squish. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got a little bit soft. Not been swinging my sword as much.
This is fine.
Not to mention that Karul and Talia were going after your family, so just makes sense.
And he disintegrated you, partially.
That is true. Okay.
You can add emotional weight to testimonies. It's actually very important.
I suppose there's also the fact that I basically had to raise Loran because he couldn't stay here. No, it makes sense. Great.
Are you proud of how he turned out? He gestures to Loran.
Loran. Sparks go off. His hair just quaffs slightly. I don't know what else I expected, so this is fine, I think. Anyway.
I'm very satisfied.
As am I. And ahead of you, Zarina clicks the door open. And as it does, there's just like a little glow of light that spreads around the crack of the door. And as it pulls open, it does not show beyond it what you'd expect. It does not show the other side of the street, the outside of the Sealy Court itself. Instead, it seems to show just bright sunlit greenery and foliage. As you step through this kind of like this solid stone and wood structure into a grove, it stretches ahead of you and curves out of sight, but the tangle of leaves and vines and just greenery around you makes it hard to see where this path leads and the way it turns, left, right, straight ahead, back the way you came. And there's a haze hanging over it, a kind of blur which dulls your vision just enough that there is a moment of confusion as you make this step into this new realm. And I want Slia and Auster to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
I'm really good at those.
Both of you are
21.
Okay. Both of you have elven ancestry, so you can make them with advantage.
Oh.
28.
25.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Right.
Also stepping into the sunlight, Slaya just, that hood goes whoop.
Right.
Auster's nose goes a little bit red.
Okay. So, let me.
Charmed or frightened by Fae.
Yep. So, you make your way through, and as you walk in, the first thing that happens is you have this instinct just to like reach out and grab at the foliage, reach out and steady yourselves. But this haze, it just passes over you, and you guys find your bearings, and you are able to calm yourselves and proceed without any issue. As you walk, the ground sort of crunches underfoot, and where it crunches, it reforms. No grass, only moss and
Brian is immediately ecstatic. He is so happy to be here. He's like, moss.
Only moss and stone, which reforms, leaving no footprints behind you. You watch as Serena takes the lead, and from where she walks, and the way she walks, actually, you can tell she's been here before. Her footsteps are deliberate. She avoids certain twists and turns and dips in the path. There's one moment where Saraza doesn't quite notice her footing, which you guys are following quite easily. And where his foot collides an untouched area, it just goes down knee deep. And you hear a splash, and he's like, "Oh, no," and starts just pulling himself up. And you hear a giggling from the forestry on the right-hand side of you. And Auster, with your just insane perception, you can see tiny faces just like peering out from behind the leaves. These very small humanoid creatures, which you recognize instantly to be pixies.
Hey friends, no hard feelings, right?
Wow. Make an insight check, why don't you?
He's been so nice to his pixies. 27.
27. Most of them look at you with curiosity, but every now and again you catch one just like cowering in fear.
Says like, I am quite scary, I apologise.
Loran leans over and says, I think it might be the fact that you kidnap them on a regular basis, but I mean, they should be thankful to serve you.
I don't kidnap them, I enlist their services for extended periods of time.
Conscription. A very normal thing.
I don't Sarah and Loran just arguing.
You guys bicker along the way. And this grove continues going on and stretching. And it does come to points where you see these sort of like outcroppings. This seems to be the true wilds of the Feywild. Beyond the sort of like these sort of settled areas, there are these untouched realms of the Fey creatures, the purest oldest of Fae, which I think probably Slya you would know the most about, considering that you're so well read and you've been constantly seeking knowledge this whole time. Like that's like the sort of one of the bases of your character. So why don't you roll me a small history check if you want to learn a bit more about the kind of creatures you might find here.
Oh, nice. That just a dirty 20.
Okay, you know this to be the realm of Fae, pixies, nymphs, dryads, and satyrs, as well as the archfey themselves.
Maybe we'll run into Juniper. It's part of the bickering.
Moran says, right, I thought we from this, Ulster. I was so young.
It was one time.
Trees aren't dryads, okay? That's the first thing I need to tell you. It's not like I was attracted to a tree. She was a dryad. It's different.
Who happened to look like a tree.
Right. The fact that she had bark on her face is inconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
She was beyond beauty.
Oh. Also just gives Moran a little push back into the moss. Sarah, so you can pick that up. He keeps walking.
Described in the same way you described Karul.
That's also dismissive.
Sarah's is just like, you kind of deserve that one. I know. Let me fade away into the darkness.
My headphones just faded. Hold on.
I'm not fading. I'm still here. Oh, well, I suppose it's not my time when you start sitting up.
What a shame. My headphones just disconnected, so I can only hear out of one of them.
Oh. Oh, no. Plug in, plug out?
I just did that.
Okay. Right, so. Zarina keeps pushing forwards. And at one point she just says, okay, so I am really well versed in this place, know exactly where to go and all that, but just, I know it's probably your guys' first time, so if you hear anything, see anything funky, you know, just ignore it. Don't follow those paths, okay? That being said, you're about to see something and hear something very funky. Just ignore it. Just go for it. Also, no free samples. Don't need anything. Don't need a single thing. Don't need a single thing. Okay.
Even
hungry?
If we're fade, if we eat things, does that mean we're still going to be affected?
Do you want to go home?
Also, it looks like he's genuinely considering it. He's like, I suppose.
Not worth it. Right then.
Could I insight check Serena on that?
Sure.
Okay, 13 plus 9, 22?
22? You know, on a 22, Zarina is very bemused with this. She seems intrigued by your guys' reactions. Doesn't genuinely fear for you or your doesn't genuinely fear for you or your lives. You can tell that much. But she is just more interested.
Has she? Do I get the vibe that she might have done this before, and that's why she's warning us?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Who's to say? Who's to say? She just says, don't eat the free samples. Anyway, prepare yourselves. The weird shit will start imminently. And
there's more weird shit.
This way. And she turns a corner. And as you guys turn, you see the way ahead is completely shrouded in a lilac mist. So thick that the moment Serena passes through it, she disappears from sight. And she just says, now, you cannot see me, yes?
No.
Wonderful. Just, she pops her head out. just keep your mind focused on where you want to go, which is out of the mists to my location. Okay? Just keep that in your mind. Think of me, okay? I'll go first. I'll lead the path. And after about a minute, follow, okay? If you're worried, you can go in twos. But touch can be deceiving, so it really doesn't matter. Alrighty, goodbye. And she starts walking through the mist.
Guys, do you mind if I really quickly restart? Because it's really annoying me, this sound. We're like,
sure thing.
1 minute. Sorry.
You might try just unplugging your headphones and just straightening the cord.
Straightening the cord. Okay.
Because it might be that like the wires might be just a little bit funky.
Tangled? Sure. Yeah. I'll just quickly restart. It'll be 1 minute or something.
Got you. Okay. I might just really quickly pop to the loo. Just because I'm busting. Right back.
Burb.
Brr.
Boom Boom Audio is back, and boom, we have video cameras back. Welcome back to the internet. Hello.
Okay. Alright. So, who would like to go through the mists first? Slya or Ulster?
I'll go. I'm still grumpy with Loran.
Loran is like, can I come with you?
Slya, why don't you hold Loran's hand as he goes through? I'm joking. I'll take you. He extends his hand.
Loran, but do you want me to, or do you just feel like you're stuck with me?
We can go to therapy later, Loran. He takes his hand and leads him into the mist.
Okay. Okay. So, you and Loran enter into the mists, and as you enter, he's just like, I didn't mean it like that. It just
beyond beautiful. You've never called me. He starts laughing.
You don't know. There are no words that can describe you fully.
Also is finding this very funny. He's not actually offended. I don't know if Loran can tell.
I just don't want you to think I'm attracted to trees, okay? I'm very happy with you, and that you're everything I've ever wanted.
I hope everyone can hear this.
Well, also, you can hear this, but not only can you hear it once, you can hear it twice and a third time, as Loran's voice is mimicked around you, and you hear it just cascading around in different directions. As you hear, you are everything I've ever wanted, from the left side. You're everything.
Ulster grows some moss over his and Loran's hand, just in case Loran gets separated from him.
Mm-hmm. Ulster, I would like you to make one roll for me. It's going to be an intelligence saving throw.
Good thing that's my other skill. Where's the saving throw?
Loran needs to roll the same one. Loran's very intelligent, so should be fine. Okay, perfectly fine.
Hold on. Wait, where are my saving throws?
Funny.
Hold on. I don't think my handwritten sheet has saving throws on it.
Your int should be +8.
Yeah, but it's not on here. Oh well. That is 17 + 8, which is
25.
You're fine. 25.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there is a moment. You do find that there is a moment where you feel your feet kind of straying towards one of the other voices, but you feel Loran's footsteps and you feel his direction pulling you a certain way, and you realize, nope, not that way. This way forwards.
This way with my stroppy husband.
I'm not strong. I want you to know that you're the only person I ever wanted to be my husband and the love of my life.
I suppose I am the closest to a tree you'll ever get.
I mean, you are very short, though. So.
Loran feels all starting towards hand, where he's like, no, we're not doing this.
No. You can't be rid of me. You cannot be rid of me. He comes up behind you. What's your Joshin height today?
Ooh. 5'9".
5'9", and he just like puts his chin on your shoulder and is like, nope, I'm very happy with this.
Mm-hmm. There can be short trees too, Duran.
You're my favorite short tree.
Bonsais.
This conversation can continue later.
Slya, Leander heads in ahead of you, and he seems kind of just like, what the fuck, with Loran and Ulster's situation. I just was like, I will see you on the other side. Do your best not to speak, I recommend.
You just hear them chatting the whole way through.
Just focusing on Verena.
Yep.
But you're my favorite short tree, over and over again.
Unfortunately, no noise penetrates out of the mists, but you can imagine. Slya. As Leander walks through, Cyrus turns to you and he just says, "Should we go together?"
I think that would be yes.
Okay. So the two of you enter into the mists. You hold hands.
Yeah.
It's very wholesome. He gives you a squeeze.
Soft.
You can feel him becoming more increasingly comfortable with the silence. Very much the opposite of Loran. However, regardless, there is one thing that does make noise, and that is the sound of your footsteps as you pad across the mossy undergrowth. And I will need you to make an intelligence saving throw as you just hear a caterwaul of footsteps just kind of like in a circle around you, even above you almost, which disorientates you to the extreme. So roll me
I
an
think Slya
intelligence.
actually like grips onto Sarazar a little bit more at that.
Sure. Intelligence save for you.
18.
18. You are able to sort of tread a fairly certain path, only diverging from it occasionally. However, as you pull your way forwards, you feel just for a moment Sarazar's grasp just unclench and then regrasp around your hand. And squeeze.
That's
Keep walking
creepy.
forwards.
Yeah.
Okay, you keep walking forwards. As you emerge out of the other side, Ulster and Loran, you see Zarina waiting for you, and she just smiles and thinks, "Oh, well, that's wonderful. Hello. I didn't hear your bickering, but I could imagine it, and it was marvelous. Just
He called me a
music to
short
my ears."
tree.
You are a short tree.
You're both mean.
I told you that I was mean, literally before we.
He adds Loran to his little list as well. Serena and Loran, exempt from being horrible capital punishment. Puts it away.
Loran's like, "I'm the father of your child."
Child's not born yet.
Loran withers. Leave me to the moss.
Also just gazes down at him.
Loran lies face down on the ground. And Zarina just says,
Ulster sits on him.
Ulster.
This is quite comfortable.
I would imagine so. What I mean by that is, you're very willowy, but your stature is more of the elven side of tall rather than the fey side of tall. So, short tree. Makes sense to me. Like a birch tree. Pale but strong.
That's quite nice.
I think it's wonderful.
I'll accept it. I cannot grow bark on my face, but I will accept it.
Pinches her cheeks. You're not trying hard enough. I can grow bark on your face, though. Would you?
No, I don't want it. No. Also tries to wriggle away.
She's like coming towards you, like. Leander then emerges a moment later, looking fairly unfazed, and a few moments later, Slya emerges, and Slya, you walk out, and you look back, and you see a hand grasping your hand, but it's a distinctly non-Tal Shiri hand, as you see the third wrist, the sort of like tuft of fur that just fades away after the arm, this like slender arm, and then you see the four-legged hoofed body of a centaur, female, about 8 foot tall in stature. She looks quite withered and like gaunt, like she hasn't eaten in days. And she just kind of like holds on to you and is like,
Oh.
Sarazar?
she looks back, pulls her hand away, brushes her hand through her hair, and like shakes her face like a horse does when they sneeze. And then she just nods, pulls a couple of blackberries off of a bush and starts chomping as she walks away. Clop, 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 clop.
Zarina?
Zarina's
Oh, someone's here.
I'll have. Oh. Zarina just says, "Not ideal, but not the worst thing ever. Titanium. It's too much effort to go back in and find him. We'll just get lost like the centaur did.
But
we can get Titania. Titania will free him. It'll be okay.
Didn't we want Saraza to come with us?
Exactly, we need him, which means there's incentive for her to free him.
Oh.
It's just more efficient if we go to her and ask her to do it.
Sorry, Saraza.
She sticks her head in
into the mist.
And she says something, but you don't know what you can't hear because no noise permeates out from it. But off you go, following. You can just see that centaur ahead of you beginning to disappear into the groves. But Zarina just kind of like pats you on the back and says, "Don't look so down. It's fairly normal to get lost, taken, spirited away up here. But
that's your eldest son, Zarina.
I will find him, and I haven't." Emma was about to say something which Zarina would not say.
Are you going to say I have a spare?
She would not say that. She would not say that, no.
Kill the bear.
Kill the spare.
Kill the spare. She just says, "I will find him. Or Titania will find him."
Can I insight check her?
Yep.
Oh, 18. Not a good roll.
Not a good roll. 18. What are you looking for?
Is Saraza gonna be okay?
Probably. Is what you're getting away from this. Probably.
Also sniffles and reaches for Slia's hand, like, I need a reasonable person.
Yes, Slia just kind of like clings on to him.
His head up from the moss, and it's just like, I'm very reasonable, I think.
Also turns his face back into the moss.
I think I'll stay here, actually. I don't want to move.
Loran.
Okay. Well, turn me into a peacock, then. I'll follow you.
Do you want to be a peacock?
In my true, most basest form.
Okay. Also taps him.
Loran fluffs up his feathers and
Beautiful.
Starts ahead. Right, as they carry on through Titania's realm of the Feywild, everybody back in the Sealy Court. Our good friends.
I'm here. I'm going to be eating dessert.
Sure. The three of you, along with some of the mages who have now begun to assemble outside of the door but not come inside, are watching over Karul as he just holds his hands against the edge of the barrier and drags them down and pushes away from it.
You're gonna get your fingerprints all over it.
Just holds it. It's not glass. It's not gonna stain.
Yes.
How do you know? Have you ever tried cleaning a magical barrier? Or do you get your servants to do that dirty work for you?
I think you fundamentally misunderstand the magic.
Well, I think you're fundamentally really kind of rude, actually.
Is Loran's Chez Solange still there? Because if so, Cass is sitting.
Sure.
Like,
yep.
Yes, cracked a drink. She's loving it.
Can I perception check the barrier to see if there are like
sure thing
magical fingerprints on it? Let's have a look. Perception's not great, but it's gonna be never mind. Dirty 20. Dirty as the barrier might be now.
It's a little bit dirty. It's just a little bit.
Karil, you really need to wash your hands. I didn't really want to be the one to tell you, but I guess now is a better time than ever.
Yeah.
I'm cackling.
He motions around his magic circle, which is just a chair.
Don't give me sass like that, mister. You could have washed your hands before you were captured.
I was busy trying to wash my hands of you.
You were busy. Too busy to wash your hands. I don't believe it. Lazy stinky.
There's an echo at the minute, so it's just Neff times 2 as well.
Sure.
Hang on, I'll really quickly just fix my mic. Hang on. Lazy, stinky.
If only you weren't so busy with your quest for world domination, maybe you'd take care of your hygiene for once.
I don't want to dominate the world, I want to destroy the world.
There's a difference.
Mm-hmm. What All-Star said.
See, that's what I mean. Too focused on world domination of some sort, maybe not domination, to wash your hands. That's the problem. If you weren't so busy correcting me, you could have gone and washed your hands, but no. Instead, yeah, you've put oil from your greasy, stinky hands on the barrier. And who's gonna clean that? Now. I don't think you have any cleaning supplies in your cell over there, do you? Maybe, I don't, does he? I
You're
don't
covered in locusts. You are covered in locusts.
The locusts are very
There are
clean
locusts in your
creatures, I'll have you know.
They clean as in they destroy everything that's in their path.
Exactly.
You know what?
Is that what you mean?
In a way.
Locusts are morally clean.
Morally clean? Neff lost at that.
He turns to you, Bluey, and just says, are you going to expand on that theory, or are you just an idiot?
Emma, you're a tiny bit like you.
I could do both. I could be both. I'll have
Those
you
are
know.
coexisting statements, then.
Yes, I am an idiot, and I will explain to you why.
let's go.
Bluey starts in PowerPoint. Why locusts are morally clean? Why am I...
Yes, let's go, Bluey.
Look, they band together. They look out for each other. They get the job done.
Is that Bob the Builder?
So they have concern for everyone, and everyone around them in the swarm. Surely a person as smart as you could realize the sort of trajectory I was maybe going with that.
They get the job done. Who determines the job? Is the job inherently good or bad?
Yes.
At least you got him talking.
This is ridiculous.
I am the arbiter of what is good and bad, and I think you are smelly. Corolla, what do you think makes a bad guy? In your eyes.
Stop short of destroying the world. It seems. Of their own will.
So then, Neff, what would you determine? Are locusts chaotic good, chaotic smelly, or chaotic bad?
Lawful neutral.
There's one. The wolf.
Go Neff.
I don't think I'm a bad person.
Sorry.
Neither do I.
That's what John Cena. Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Do bad people ever think that they're bad?
Probably not.
I think I'm a little bit bad. I'm trying to work on myself a little bit, but seems that you are not aware of your flaws. Karul. Your hands.
Your dirty hands.
That's a pretty big. That's look. I don't know. I might go on a tangent here a little bit personally, but that's a red flag for me personally. Like not washing your hands. I mean, that's I don't know. It's just,
Cass is
Start
gonna
with his
roll.
spousal abuse.
The floor
Cass
starts
is gonna roll.
smoking.
Does he have like creepy nails? You know how some men have like
creepy nails.
They're a bit too long and like there's a little
Pretty
bit of
long,
grime
pretty
underneath there.
pointy and dirty. Cass is rolling to see if he's got like creep nails.
Yeah.
That is a dirty
UTI nail.
Oh no! Go on.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Does he have creep nails?
He has creep nails, yeah.
Cass, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Yeah, Cass, that was in character, and all of the zombies are like, ew. He's got, look at those nails. They are long, they are sharp, and they are dirty.
Okay, right.
When was the last time you cleaned your fingernails, mister? Do you go to the dinner table with those hands?
I don't go anywhere, do I?
Good.
I don't know how Gerald did it. Look at them.
Maybe if you cleaned your nails, you'd get out more.
Do you think Gerald would get back with me if I cleaned my nails?
No.
Gerald's dead. You know this.
Nice save.
Great job, Cass. Let's go.
I like that you're picking up what you're putting down.
It really was the nails.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry.
Cass, in response to that, I want you to make a deception check to his insight.
Oh god, okay.
Blue looks a bit sad at the mention of Gerald.
You're beating a 19.
30-20!
Oh.
Right.
Close.
I do have plus 10 to deception, so.
Yeah. Okay. Right, if we're gonna be stuck here, just be quiet.
I don't think you get to make the rules.
Shan't.
But I thought we were having a nice bonding moment. We were learning so much about each other.
About locusts.
And locusts,
And your
too.
poor hygiene.
And your poor hygiene.
You notice he is like keeping his mouth clamped shut.
Oh, halitosis too. So that's a made up thing by this dream, but I will employ it here.
There's a knock at the door. As you guys are.
It's the serious police. You three.
It's the hygiene police. You know we're in a pandemic? Wash your hands.
Oh my gosh. Would Coral be an anti-masker? I think he would be.
He would be. My body, my choice. Except for when it's not being a vessel, in this case, my body.
Yep. Alright, so there is a knock at the door. Who is going to answer it? You see, the moment the sound rattles through the room.
I'm not going to give Karul a moment's break from Neff. Neff is staying on Karul.
Great. Want to punctuate that with any witty one-liners?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
No.
Who's there? Cass is doing the joke.
It's Tome. Oh, is this a joke? I'll be quiet.
Neff turns around. Tome who?
Tome Van Faylor. I work for Serena.
That wasn't
gone.
That wasn't such a great punchline, but okay.
Oh, what was yours?
I lost my
I'll
train
do
of
it
thought.
again. Knock, knock.
Who's
Can
there?
I come in actually first? Wait, no, let me come in first.
No, you gotta do the knock knock joke first. I thought we were okay.
Oh, okay. Closes the door.
Who's there?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who's? Wait, no, you're.
Who's there?
I'm. Tome.
Tome who?
Tome. Tome. Much time taking. Tome. This joke is taking too much time. Can I come inside?
Okay, you can come inside. That was really fun. That was really good.
Okay, what was your joke? Now I'm curious. Hello.
I don't actually remember. The laughing blew that memory out of my mind.
Oh, Coral's on fire. And you turn around and Coral's just steaming like Coral.
Good, hopefully it'll clean his hands.
The sword will get on the barrier.
No, in there he is completely self-sustained, so he doesn't actually need to eat, drink, sleep, or
go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Because he definitely didn't wash his hands, even if he did.
No.
Tome, look at those nails of his.
Doesn't need to sleep. He can stay up all night with Neff.
Yeah, I was gonna say. They are.
Slumber party.
It's a slumber party.
Have gotten quite long.
Quite disgusting.
Yeah. I kind of just came to tell you that Serena and Leander and the Dehanes have gone to the Feywild.
Oh, how come?
I believe they're speaking to Titania.
Oh, oh, okay. Are they okay?
Yes, she is our green mistress.
Oh.
Queen of the Sealy Court. So.
Is she ill?
No, she's quite well.
Oh, okay.
She just likes the colour green. It becomes her beautifully.
I like that color too.
Oh, I think it would suit you. Not that I'm...
Oh my god, Cass, the raw insight is Tome hitting on there.
Go on, then.
16.
No, they just seem to be confused and awkward.
Neff puts her hands on her shoulders. Mister, I'm married.
Yeah, just Neff do this.
Does it hands on shoulders? Mister,
Tome mimics you.
I'm married.
Is this the halfling signal for married?
I'm not quite accustomed to halfling traditions, actually, myself. I became a halfling kind of artificially, actually.
Oh.
But it's also not the tiefling sign. I don't know, I had an impulse to touch my shoulders for some reason.
Oh. Is there somebody amongst you who can perform reincarnations?
Yes.
I can.
But we won't say who.
Cool, just like,
You can perform reincarnations, looking at Neff.
I think so. And I'll just double check.
Yourself?
Let me just search my memory for a second. I think, okay, so we need this. Abracadabra. Where are my spells? Full screen this, because mobile mode is weird.
That is a long forgotten tome.
No, never mind. Actually, I can't. I was just a different R word. I can regenerate though, which is kind of like reincarnation, except a lot not as good.
no.
My hand was regenerated.
Jesus
Do you want to
Christ.
see the old hand?
I cut it off, it was so fast.
Ulster isn't there.
Spider Brian pops in. Scuttles in.
So,
Sorry, what
are you
what
saying? Oh, well, I came here to inform you that the chief arcanist had gone to Titania.
Oh, they moved
also
there.
Going to
Like,
moved.
are they coming back?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
He looks like he might cry any moment now.
Tome, it's okay. We're sorry. We're channeling quite a chaotic nature because that's who we are. It's okay. Breathe in. Breathe out. What did you need to say?
What is it that you intend in staying in this room with the prisoner?
I think we're trying to melt Carol's brain.
Torture through Neff. But second, also make sure that he stays put in his dirty cell.
Would you need magical assistance with the torture?
No, Neff has it down.
If there's anything you do to maybe amplify my voice so that it's around the cell, around Carol that he can't escape from, that could be helpful.
Oh, easily.
You do that?
I
don't have thaumaturgy anymore.
I can't anymore. I used to be able to, but I can't make my voice boom. I miss that spell.
Cast mirror image on Neff, or does it have to be on myself?
Does it say, when it says range, does it say self?
Yeah, I know, I'm just looking. Hang on.
Be great. 4 Neffs.
4 Neffs?
Where is it? Oh, damn it. It has to be self.
Yeah, I was thinking, since, like, the Disappointment Crew deals with Neff all the time, and they're, like, relatively sane and together, kind of, relatively speaking, and Karul is kind of losing it, does that mean we're all stronger than Karul mentally? I think so.
I think in some aspects, yes.
I think you guys have to come to those conclusions on your own terms.
I think so. I reckon we are.
So,
and we wash our hands
too. The psychological damage attack on Karul continues, we will pull back to the Feywild. As you emerge from the other side of the mists, mostly one piece, Zarina begins to lead you on further. Loran slowly picks himself up.
He's peacock.
He's in his peacock. Loran just kind of clock forwards.
I want to pull one of his feathers out and keep it.
He goes, ah! It hurts. Can you roll a d6?
I didn't hurt him. It was very gentle. 2.
2. How many HP does a peacock have?
Pulling out a peacock's feather is not going to kill it.
Peacock.
It's a peacock wizard. They're so.
See. Hang on. Moth. No. It's still alive. Lorand just kind of like turns around.
I wanted to keep it.
It disappears. You know that it disappears.
But I wanted to keep it for now. Also puts it behind his ear. Oh no, he runs forward and picks up the peacock, Lorand. I'm sorry.
Kind of the neck kind of curls away from you.
Lorand, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to be a peacock.
Also, peacocks are fairly large. Like, I'm just imagining like all they're picking up this like this
like a
turkey, like a turkey, but like floofy with like all the feathers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You'll do this.
Make an insight check on Lorand the peacock.
Oh, terrible roll. 12.
12. Who knows what's going on in his mind? Orster certainly doesn't.
Orster just leans in and gives the peacock a little kiss on top of the head. I'm sorry.
The peacock, when you look up, just kind of like slowly closes its beak on your nose.
Ow. I guess that's fair.
You guys continue onwards. Zarina then says, "Oh, this is a fun one, but I think you're all immune to it, so we can just enjoy the show." As the grove widens up, you see a separate pathway. It's just as shrouded in greenery as yours was. However, you do see in the distance more travellers coming up this way. You don't see the centaur who appeared before you earlier, but you do see what appeared to be a band of maybe 4 or 5 adventurers, it seems. And Serena just says, "Let's be very quiet. This is a fun time." Occasionally, adventurers will come through after being, tasked to try and navigate and map these realms by foolish humans. Let's just see how this goes. And she just kind of like takes a step back and sort of like hides amongst the leaves a little bit as these adventurers head forwards. Are you guys going to try and hide and see what happens?
I will sit in the moss and let it grow over Ulster and the peacock.
Okay, do the same. Slya, do you want to try and hide?
Yeah, she's gonna try and hide.
Okay, I think because you have a barrier of moss, you don't have to roll anything.
Hide behind.
Slya, would you like to roll a stealth?
Okay, and I would like to cast a little guidance on myself while I do it.
Of course.
Just stealth is not my game.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, much better. 17.
17. Wonderful. So you dip back into the bushes as this party of adventurers, maybe 5, 6 people, begin making their way forwards. It's a motley crew, most of them wearing what appears to be very basic equipment, though there you see someone who could be an Aasimar, amongst them an elf. And you watch as they make their way forwards, and suddenly you hear this noise, which you hadn't quite registered before, that you kind of have to actively listen out for now that you're silent. And it sounds like violins, almost. Just like maybe a flute amongst them, just softly playing in the background. A string quartet. And a string quartet. And you watch as one by one, their eyes just widen. And they look at each other. And they start to dance. Just pulling each other in this like swirling, spiraling dance. pairing up as much as they can, and if with the odd number, occasionally drifting into a group dance as they sort of like snake their way into the underbrush, which opens up, like ripples out and opens up for them. And inside you see this hidden grove, inside of which there are these levitating instruments, and what appears to be quite the party of emaciated, exhausted dancers. And this adventuring party just...
Serena?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are they gonna be okay?
Shall I give them a hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for them.
Interesting. All right, sure. And the nature of whatever she does, you do not see the result of. But she just kind of like crosses her hands across her palms, and then, as though blowing pixie dust, just... and you see this like scattering of stardust, just like breach over the top of the grove and begin to shower down. She says, "They'll probably be fine." Anyway, we're all immune. Looks to Slya. How do you feel about enchantment magic? Are you immune to being charmed?
Advantage, not immune.
Advantage. I would actually like you to just do the fun little wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay.
I think only druids are immune.
24.
24? Okay. Cool. So, Allstem and Slya, you are fine, able to shake off this magical effect. And you continue pushing through deeper and deeper into the Druid Grove. You start to feel the green around you coming alive with movement the deeper you get. And overhead, the grove seems to thicken, to the extent where the green leaves are cast in a sort of dark greenish blue hue, with only just lines of yellow light filtering through, breaking up the darkness, the shadow. And in this twilight, you see pixies, darting across ahead of you. These just like firebugs, just kind of like jumping from place to place, their wings fluttering so fast like hummingbirds, it looks like their bodies are just suspended in the air at points. And you see these fairy circles, these mushroom rounds, which seem to be home to these tiny creatures, which they flit in between, they sit upon, and they converse in this language that is high-pitched and hard for you to understand. Though its origins are in Sylvan, so there are a few words that kind of come through. Nothing of any consequence.
Also tries to wave at the pixies.
There is like that similar mixed reaction of occasion. You see one is just like this bright orange, like this body made of almost orange light, like the pixies in Fantasia. Just like kind of like coming forwards, and then immediately one just grabs its arm and is just like, no, as it just flies away.
He hugs his peacock closer.
Loran like links his arm, there's like neck around your neck as like a scarf. Yes, starts chewing on the collar of your shirt, just like.
Well, at least it's not my flesh.
Pokes you on the collarbone. So, you guys keep moving forwards. And the last thing you see, before Zarina puts up her hand to stop you, is an archway. A green archway which separates this grove from a ceiling of wisteria, which seems to just reach out over a large circular clearing, at the center of which is a fountain, which just showers down this silvery golden water. And at the center of this fountain, just kind of brushing her fingers through the waters and picking them up and just kind of flicking these little beads into the air, and they kind of float and suspend around her. You see a woman. It's hard to...
Is she green?
She is not green. She's not green. It's hard to gain an idea of her stature from here. Her skin seems to be glowing from the inside, like originating from her chest, a sunburst just kind of like casts glows beneath her flesh. The ends of her arms and her feet, where you can see, are that dark blue-green, which seems to almost blend into the ground. But her body seems to encapsulate that sunlight, dark oranges and golden tones. She is quite beautiful, a sight to behold, in the sense that she looks so beyond human. Her features are pulled and twisted to the extent where they are eerie for a moment and then alluring. She's not slender. She has a very full figure, clearly very strong, and she has hair which is brushed back by a crown of leaves and just falls all the way to her ankles where she sits. Her clothing appears to be woven completely from natural fibers. Flowers and leaves formed around her neck and shoulders into a mantle and cape that drapes down. It should be thick and heavy, but there is a weight to it, a light to it, which just kind of has it fluttering and flowing off the ground, like wind flowing through shrubbery. And Zarina's face breaks into a smile, and she says, "We're here now."
I'll turn Loran back, puts the peacock down.
For the best, and I'll ask her about Sarah's.
Okay. Also dismisses the polymorph on Loran.
Okay. You walk forwards with Zarina heading in first. And as Zarina makes her way through, you see her pass through this sort of like almost invisible veil-like barrier, which parts around her like vines just pulling apart of their own accord. And the moment Zarina takes a step through, Titania looks up and smiles and stands to her full 9-foot height.
Ooh. Too bad also doesn't like women.
And Zarina bows, and Titania comes forward and takes her face in her hands, both hands just kind of wrapping fully around her head. And she leans down and just kisses her on the forehead. Mm-hmm. And she says, "It's been so long. Thank you for your message. Did you bring?" And she looks up. "Oh, come in." And with a hand she beckons you, and you see that veil completely lift away, the path ahead of you clear. Leander goes first. Loran looks to you and Ulster, you, Slya, and Ulster, and motions. After you. Or if you're too intimidated, I'll go first.
Also grabs Loran's hand. I will go in with you.
Yes, Slya will follow after them.
Okay.
The moment you walk in, the veil kind of closes behind you. And you can see the full extent of this grove now. It is just the fountain here. If there is any other lodging or a place where Titania spends her time, it is not here. You do see, however, there appear to be animals just sort of sleeping or grazing at the edges of this grove. A fawn with silvery skin and golden spots. A lamb. And Titania sits down, back on the edge of her fountain, and she motions to the ground, and where her arm sweeps across, you see these moss, the moss flooring just opens up and there are mushroom stools large enough for you to perch on if you wish to.
I've got to learn how to do that.
She looks at you. A child of Druidry?
That's an interesting way of putting it. I'm going to say yes.
Yes. I believe that capability is within you. If you wish.
I will attempt it later.
She holds out a hand, beckons you forwards to her.
Ulster just like stumbles forward. He's like, oh, I really put myself into this situation, didn't I?
She leans forward. Oh. May I?
Yeah?
And she takes your head in her hands.
The big hands. He's like, wow.
She just turns you and strokes her thumb across your cheek. You're wounded.
Am I?
And she just kind of like moves her hand around and just pokes to the center of your chest. Right here.
Oh, dang.
Would you like to be healed?
I need to clarify, is this a physical injury or are we talking something a lot more metaphorical?
Not quite physical, not quite metaphorical, but painful all the same, I believe. You carry an emotional pain that cannot be put into words.
Also really getting his group therapy right now. He's like, is that even possible to heal?
She releases you and puts her hands on her legs. In truth, no, not always. But there are ways that you can be unburdened.
Mm-hmm.
We will discuss it. Take a seat. She points.
Okay. Also just in awe for like a few seconds and he scuttles back to his mushroom.
Zarina has already taken a seat, as has Leander. Actually, Leander would have greeted her first, but then sat down as well. Slya, she turns to you. Huh. Come forward.
Slya does. She probably would have like bowed upon entry, just
For sure.
following Leander's lead.
She holds you, if you allow it.
Yeah, Slya allows it.
Big lady.
Brushes her hand over your horns, then to your ear. You have suffered.
No more than anyone else here.
That does not mean it is of no consequence. Does not mean it is less. Do you fear for your future?
Slya is very, very nervous. Like it's very apparent that Slya is very nervous.
She just takes you under the chin and just pats it once. Little squeeze.
Squish.
Squish. No need for that. No need.
Like she's just kind of like stunned silence kind of vibe going on.
She nods, releases you. Loran, I remember you. She looks to the Allsfair and then to you, Slya. The Dehane children came here at birth.
Oh, you saw baby Loran.
I did.
I heard he had a little bit of a...
Just one. But not since. She looks a little hesitant. It's not often that I see the lifetime from birth to present. I wonder. And she beckons Loran forwards. And Loran says, I don't know. It's not great. Titania beckons him again. And after a moment he goes and she takes his head in her hands. And she just kisses him on the head. Wow. It is unique. Sit. Loran sits. And she turns to you and she says, I received word from Zarina prior to your arrival. Usually, I would not meet alone like this. My associates would attend with me. However, considering the circumstances, I made an exception. It seemed that time was of the essence. And Zarina is my most trusted mage. Chosen by Oberon himself. So, I am not blind, though I will admit I have not been paying as much attention as I should to my mortal subjects. She looks to Leander and Zarina. I hope you understand the ongoing feud with my sister. It takes up time. The Queen of Air and Darkness truly does stoke for war. But alas, that is not why you're here. I have not been paying as much attention as I should. And from the sounds of it, I've allowed things to go. To get out of hand. And it seems that you have done what I asked and brought those who have suffered the most to be among us. Though I was expecting your other son. And Zarina just says, the mists took him.
He has many qualities, but he's not very...
I saw that gift, or lack thereof, of many years ago. Let me, She throws a hand over to the hedges, and you see them split, like almost the hedges in the maze in Harry Potter, the Goblet of Fire, where they just kind of like split down the middle completely. And you think, considering the geography that you've sort of like vaguely mapped out in your heads, it should not make sense that the mists would be in that direction. But nonetheless, you see this like sort of silvery mist begin to spill a little bit further away from the line of hedges. And stumbling out of it, you just see Saraza, dazed, sword drawn, like.
Hi, Saraza.
He just waves with the sword and just sheaths it, and just walks forwards. There's like leaves in his hair. Just pulls them out. There's a fairy attached to the back of his arm, and he just flicks it. Go, shoot. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh no, don't. Okay.
She's crying.
I know. I made her cry.
Mm.
Oh. Saraza bows to Titania, and she smiles and does the same. Oh. A kiss for him as well. And another mushroom appears. And Titania turns to you again. So, the Ventress, I assume they are the elected judges of the Sealy Court. From my knowledge, that is still the case, although you staged a coup to remove them from that position.
They were evil.
They were evil. Well, I was taken quite by surprise when Zarina told me that there would be a trial of sorts. I had heard of no such thing. It is my belief, therefore, that if these Ventress are at fault, then they had halted communications, as I have not heard from them, with their intent to delay the trial indefinitely. Does that sound accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Well then, would you prefer to go first? Speak your truths? Or should we hear from the courtiers? Whichever you feel more comfortable with, I can make a decision if you can't choose yourselves.
I am indifferent.
All right, then. Let's hear from you. Slya, why don't you go first?
Ulster gives her a thumbs up. It's like,
what is it that you would...
From my understanding, the Sealy Court made an agreement, a very unjust one, which put you in great peril. Am I incorrect in that assessment?
No. But it was my choice to go down and spend 6 months with the church flock. And the drow customs are their
If it was an
own.
exercise of your free will. I understand. If it was an exercise of your own free will, there is not much I can say to that. However, I believe in exchange, they wanted the boy, the child.
A cruel son.
Karul, who I've recently found out is the prisoner. That is of interest to you. He has a son.
Yes.
And where is that son now? Do not hesitate.
I believe he is in a chisel. He's under guard.
The mortal plane. Far from the court's reach, then. That is for the best. We need not involve a child. Not in this. That is beneath us.
And the Drow delegation has parted ways with the Sealy Court of their own accord.
It is as you say. It is as you say. Their customs are their own.
However, I believe that they may have aided the Venthrises in their
I see. Why do you believe this?
simply that when I was taken by the Venthris Guard, with Talia was the head of the delegation.
I see. What were the goals of the Church of Loth? What did they want?
What they've always wanted. The Tome of Absolution returned to them. And I told her where she could find it.
Tome of Absolution. Books and libraries. She looks around at the very natural kind of setup around her. That kind of knowledge does not exist here in the same way. Not in at least my dominion, my domain. It is a bit beyond my scope of knowledge, this tome.
It's a gateway to their deity, to love.
Ah. A gateway. That is worrisome. No, we cannot have people moving freely into realms such as these that need to be protected. I will think on this. Thank you. Do you believe that the Church of Loth wanted Karul tried? This man being held prisoner in the Sealy Court?
I think that they wished to punish him in whatever ways they saw fit.
I wonder at your assessment that the Venthras and the Church were working together. If the Venthras were delaying the trial and the Church wanted to see him punished. Do we have a member of the Venthras with us? She looks over to Zarina, and Zarina nods. The father? And the rest of the family? I believe there's one more on the court.
Whoopsie.
Loran speaks then. She is no longer living. And Titania turns to him. That sounds an awful lot like you're saying she died. Loran says, well, that's not what I'm saying. Titania leans forward and says, I felt a satisfaction in you. A slight feeling. One that dimmed the pain. In you as well, Ulster.
Ulster shuffles closer to Loran on his mushroom.
Can you speak of her crimes that would warrant an execution such as this?
It's not my place.
Loran? And Loran says, if there was a way I could convey them to you without putting it to words, that is what I would prefer. And also in Slayer, you see Serena and Leander. Sarah's are just kind of expressions turning darker, regretful. And Titania nods. Holds out her hand, palm up. And Loran steps up and just takes it, clasping over her wrists. And there is a moment where that energy, that sunlight in her skin, seems to transfer into Loran's, carry up through his veins. And he just rolls his shoulders as though he's breathing fresh air. And as he exhales, that light retracts. And Titania, you see her light fade somewhat. And from her hair, you see thorns begin to spike. The grove kind of darkens for a moment. And the fawn just shifts in their position as they sleep. She pulls away. You have carried out my will, albeit preemptively. Though Loran, enchantments, truth spells, those spells that force the tongue, it is a law unwritten. We do not use them against our own kind. But then again, when a law is unwritten, there really is nothing to cite, is there?
I was going to say. So Ulster makes another note in his little booklet. Must write down laws.
I know your goals. I know you wish to take over from your mother one day. If that is what you wish, I expect that will not happen again. And to your parents, Zarina, Leander, and Sarah's are exposed to you. I am sorry that is the law that prevented you saving your son. We will work on it, so that this does not happen again. I'm fairly convinced of the Ventress's corruption, although we will still hear their statement, and that there is no extra steps needed with regard to your actions, Ulster, Loran. But a Seelie court run properly, I believe, could try this man and see him dead. So, convince me. Speak, or if you are unable to find the words, show me.
Are we talking about Karul now?
We are. I felt your pain. It was deep. And I want to alleviate it from you, to whatever extent I can. But the risk that comes with transferring him, moving him, and I want to know what it's worth, what it means.
I think Ulster stands up. I can show you as well, but before I do, I want my father to be the one to pass judgment on Karul. Because Karul is the reason that he is in the form he is now. Sorry, there's an echo.
Sorry. Let me fix that. Sorry, my computer's being a bit slow. Right.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's not 3.
How's that?
Oh no, it's just delayed.
Okay. Okay. How about now?
A, B, C, D. Maybe the mic sensitivity.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Hang on. Let me see. How about now?
Testing. Yeah, that's good. Oh, no. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
For a second, I was like, ah.
I don't know why it does this. Nothing changes that would make it, that means it would be like this. Okay, try now.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hello?
Think it might be okay. Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Let's just see how it goes. It's not too bad.
Let's go with that one. Is it still on?
Emma, you laggy now though.
Also, there you go.
Yeah. Ah.
He's okay.
Okay. Let's see. It's just.
Anna, is that an orange Slinky?
I don't know why it does this.
Georgia, is that an
There's
orange
literally
sweater?
no rhyme or reason.
Georgia, is that an orange sweater?
There is no orange in this house.
No
The
orange what?
orange in this house. There's no orange in this house.
Ah, you need to stop.
Try now.
You need to stop.
How about
Georgia,
now?
you hurt me deeply. Georgia, you. It's faint. I think we can just deal with it.
How's the mink now?
It's faint. I think we can just deal with it.
Just try that. Last one.
I hate
Is it still
orange.
there?
It's a terrible color. Meh.
Not there?
It's still there, but
We
I
can
think
try
we can,
change
we can deal with
regions.
it.
Yeah, let's go to Sydney.
Wee.
Bada boom.
Hey, we're going to Sydney.
Alright, this is it.
Sydney! Let's go.
I wish. How's that?
Welcome.
Welcome to Sydney. It's very faint. I think we can deal with it.
It's faint.
Probably go away.
Sure.
Worst case, Emma, try
I'll
turn
just mic
down
off
the audio
whilst
of
you-
the game on your end. So like
I
turn
have.
down like
I've
just-
turned it down. It's almost as far as it can go.
Okay.
I forgot what else I was saying.
He was making his moves on.
He's making his moves on Titania.
I'd be the one to judge Karul because
Ooh.
Romy's a human because
You
of...
do have a big
well,
fat crush on her,
he's
so.
human, but Romy's in his form because of Karul.
Yes. That was the first reason. Second of all, I would like for him to be judged under my own court. Because I also want to involve someone else in his punishment who cannot come back here. Gerard lives. And I think Karul deserves to have his life ended in a way that matches the pain that he has inflicted upon the both of us. I know he's of the silly plane of the Feywild, but he's threatening majorly the material plane. The first country to go will be mine. And I believe it's time that we finally acted on the global, on the material stage. It would be a nice way to bring in the new era for us. But that is all that I would say on a political level. I can show you the personal level because I'm sure no one here wants to hear all of that again.
She reaches out her hand.
I think also regards the hand with a bit of like trepidation, and then he steps in and takes it.
Noticing your bordering on anguish, she just holds your cheek again.
Big hand.
And this is in my form I show humans. Humanoids. She clutches your wrist. You show her?
Yeah, I think he shows her everything that Karul's done to him, but also his family, to Jaral, to Valis, to everyone in the group. But I think he'll also show her the visions in the mirror of what could happen.
Hang on 1 sec. Let me just see. Okay. She releases you. My. Roll me a persuasion check.
I'm going to use a luck point.
Okay.
Much better. 18 plus, I think it's 6. Yes, 24. I'll cross out a luck point. Oh no, has Emma done the freeze?
I think so.
Oh no.
I hate my life. Okay. So, what did you roll?
24.
24. Okay. She. Wait,
First roll was a 2.
oh, that's bad.
That's why the luck feat's great.
Right. Oh, my computer's back online. Let's see. Good angles, right?
E. Oh, stunning.
Like it's a little rabbit. And now it's a dog. And that's just my hand. But
That's Emma Sensei for you.
uh-huh. Wait.
Can you imagine if Brian rolled an 8 on his persuasion? It's like, nah, I don't think you've been through enough. Come back after a few more years.
Oh no.
I'm back. Hang on. Hi.
Oh, well.
It's all thrown.
Which one's which, though? Loran's being very stroppy this session.
True. Right. Reconnect. Come on. Okay.
Hello, Jade.
It's not Jade, it's Emma. I mean Titania. It's me.
Hello.
Beautiful 9-foot lady with sun in my chest. Hi. Anyway. So, with your role in mind, she takes a moment, and then Titania says, "It is my belief, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, Coral would not have received the trial he deserves in the Sealy court as it was. I do believe he would receive a proper trial in the Sealy court anew. It is my belief, therefore, that it is most suitable for him to be tried in the Feywild. However, I understand the emotional pain that he has put you through. Not just you, but his other associate, his other victim, Jarrell, and Jarrell's son. And I am aware that the establishment of a new court will be a long and vetted process which does not match up with the time frame at which I believe he should be judged. So in this one instance, I will make an exception. As our court is no longer in session and will not be for the foreseeable future, The venue for his trial will be held in the Ice Palace of the Maasai. Ice Desert. Supervised by my own. She looks to Leander and Serena. And any of the court who we deem innocent of this corruption charge. You are a victim. And you deserve this catharsis. I would not withhold it from you.
Thank you. Big hands.
Big hands. And she leans down and kisses you on the head. And as she does, you just feel this warmth, a comforting sunlight almost, just trickle down like a waterfall, or the slow drip of water from a fountain. And she releases you. Zarina can make arrangements for his removal. Now then, let us move on to the next order of business. She turns to Zarina. Bring forth those who you believe are corrupt. They can make their case before me.
I'm scared.
And we can take a short break here. Everyone go get a snack. Loo break.
Gonna make
And we
some
will
hot
reconvene.
chocolate.
Yeah, we will
Sounds good.
reconvene.
I'll put it on my beat.
Not on the corruption scene, but to see what's going on with Karul and the pals.
Karul and the Pals, our favorite show.
Karul and the pals. Hell yeah. Alright, we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Goodbye.
across the table like,
Audio
what
back.
is she planning?
And boom.
What's she gonna do next?
Video back. Hello, welcome to the internet. Once again, fellow adventurers, how is it hanging?
Some of you may be new here to the internet.
If you're new to the internet, this is
Internet
a weird place
safety.
to start.
Yeah.
Please keep your arms within the moving vehicle at all times.
And do not feed the giraffes. Don't.
Do not feed the giraffes, dear
Or
God.
the seagulls.
Or the
Or the
trolls.
pixies. And definitely do not feed the Emmas.
Or the squirrels.
Or
Yes.
the ibis. Okay, bin chicken.
Or the
Bin
chicken.
chickens. Oh, I love bin chickens. With their weird.
Thomas, but
ribbon
you
heads.
love pigeons, so
I'm a bird lover in general.
You can love more than one bird. I think both of them.
no, you must be monogamous to one bird.
Me and my friend think that pigeons are like spirit animals.
I relate spiritually to bin chickens because
Monogamy.
all my hobbies are kind of trashy. Not gonna lie. So,
Aw.
As long as you enjoy them,
Bird
they're your
monogamy.
hobbies.
And you feel like
As long as they're not hurting anyone. I guess that's another caveat.
And
unlike Karula, whose hobbies include hurting people.
Right. So, speaking of Karul, we will pull back from Titania's forest grove to instead return to our friends, Cass, Bluey, and Neff, as they watch over Karul Malel. Tone Van Velor has left. As you've been hearing the encroaching, grumbling footsteps of foot soldiers of sorts, just creaking and marching along outside of the building. Still far from you, but you can just sense them, their presence. You know the sense, the sound of a battalion on the move by this point. Karul can hear it too, it seems. And he just looks and he says, "How long did you think your coup was going to last?"
How long do coups usually last?
That's not.
Were we not as fast as we were meant to be? I thought it was pretty quick.
You're slow. In
Oh.
more ways than one.
That was a low blow.
Yes, and I'll do it again.
If you're reaching for Neff's intelligence, you've already lost.
There's nothing to grasp for, is there?
Hey, that's mean.
Excuse
If I'm
me.
reaching for should I appeal to your sense of goodwill? To your soul?
I think you should appeal your face
Oh,
right
yeah.
into that
I
barrier.
already do it. I don't have one. It's fine. Can I
hold on
roll?
for a second. I'm sorry. Neff has
What
a
did you say, Bluey?
modifier to intelligence, and Bluey has a -1. So like,
She knows what she's doing.
She knows what she's doing. Cass was saying like, you're reaching for it. You failed.
She's oblivious, but not super dumb, I think.
Neff is just delightfully amazing in every
Aw.
way.
You're delightfully amazing, George.
I feel like Cass actually said that to Neff, and it's just like, yeah.
Ah.
Right, I think Cass is rolling a sort of perception, or would it be investigation? She's sort of judging where this sort of potential army /
Sure.
defense, because at the minute they're just having chats, but yeah.
Gotcha.
Wait, would it be investigation or perception?
Investigation? Perception,
No,
actually.
no.
Perception.
Is it which one?
Yeah,
would
perception.
It be?
Perception.
Perception. That is a 50.
15. Okay. So, on 15, it's hard to tell. Oh no. It's hard to tell, but you get the impression they aren't inside the building. If you want any more information than that, you're going to probably have to leave the room.
can I send my familiar to go
may.
investigate?
I was just waiting for that. Take a shot every time Cass says those exact words.
Wonder what our characters'
If-
catchphrases are.
We will do that. We'll have a drinking game with it one time.
One day. It'd be nice. Some people can drink tea, some people can drink.
Drink tea.
Some people can have both.
Drunk.
Peach oolong. Best of both.
That's my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, be gone, Raven. Go find Shoo.
Go find Shu. Haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, we haven't, have we?
Oh,
I should have chosen an easier snack to eat. Okay. So,
thought you meant like shoe.
oh, I'd love to eat shoe. Yummy, yummy sweet
Isn't
scat.
Shu huge? That would be hard to eat.
Lasts a long time.
She's huge.
Shoe.
Emma has a -4 to strength. She's not eating anyone.
It's true, I'm weak. Anyway. Sorry, can I just send you guys a TikTok? It's just suddenly come to my mind, and I need to share it with you all.
Go for it.
This is really random, but
I probably won't view it on stream if it has music, but I appreciate it.
oh no, it's okay.
Rip. Twitch, why? Why must you do this?
Mark,
Oh,
where is it? Where is it?
my like
Okay, if I can't
stream
find it, I will.
music playlist that I play now when I'm playing something that has no music or drawing is like just all copyright free. It's so
Aw.
jank and bootleg. But good vibes.
Okay, I can't find it, but I will send it. Oh, I found it. There it is. This was that energy just then. So, feel free to watch in your own time. So, you send your familiar off to out the window to observe the rest of the building. The moment it comes out of the room you're in, the sound of regimented footsteps grows louder. As you make your way into the foyer, you see that the civilians and the innocents who have been sort of like allowed to sort of take refuge at the edges of the room have been moved to slightly more like comfortable, less crammed spaces, further from the doors and the entranceways. However, they are beginning to be filed slowly into the more secluded areas of the courts, away from this large main room. As your familiar flies towards the windows to get a look outside, you see an equal number soldiers of sorts, elven soldiers and mages, who are standing and falling into formation at the stairs of the Sealy Court. Amongst their number, you see a man who maybe you recognize, or would have recognized, just seen working around the courts. You know this person to be the Arch Premier, formerly
Walmart version Loran.
Walmart version Loran, formerly Talia's fiance.
Oh, sick. Formally, though. Interesting.
She is dead now.
She was warmed up.
Right.
For the
But you guys don't know that. You guys don't know she's
I
dead.
don't know that. I don't know where Talia is.
Sweet.
Okay, so when you say mages as well as like, so what about the mages that supported us in the coup? Like, what?
Those are they are still inside. These are Zarina's mages are still inside, and they appear to be filing the civilians out of harm's way, out of the foyer. Some of them are also falling into positions just to secure the perimeter. It seems.
Okay. So the others, they're not in yet. They're approaching.
Not in yet, no. They don't appear
Okay.
to be looking to force their way in. The Arch Premier, however, is standing at the top of the steps, as though preparing to. Well, to be honest, I think this will probably happen as you're there, preparing to knock as he raises a hand and just rattles the large sort of like metal handle that just serves as a knocker, and it rings throughout the foyer as sort of the last dozen or so of the civilians are led out of harm's way.
Okay. Seeing if there's anything I can sort of. I think I will turn to Louis and Neff and explain that the Arch Premier is literally knocking at the door. And should we need to have at least somebody needs to stay with Carl with Stinky Hands, but should I go and sort of try and at least delay the Arch Premier from doing anything, or should I stay here? Either way, if the Arch Premier comes down here, I will try and stop them from doing anything. But should I preempt attack or defense?
I mean, do you think the mages need to shore up Carl's little prison tube, or like is it a daily thing, or?
You would know, I think, just from observation, Bluey. It is not a daily thing. That's not necessarily a bad question to ask. Still,
is Tome still there?
Tome is standing on the cusp of the entryway to where Cruel is, and the sort of the short staircase that leads to the foyer. Just kind of watching you. Yes.
Okay, so we've done a coup.
We did do a coup.
Things a bit strange. What is the Arch Premier? What is their sort of goal? What would their goal be right now?
Probably preventing the downfall of government, I think.
And how would they do that? And would they be interested in Carl here?
So there is a two-pronged system, with the Arch Premier being elected by the people, and then the courts being elected by the Arch Premier's house and his council. So even though the Sealy Court has fallen, the Arch Premier still has a lot of power, and he is using that by mobilizing his troops to surround this building, as far as I can see.
Can we do anything to make sure that Carl is more secure?
There is nothing more secure than what Serena has created here.
It doesn't need to be maintained in a certain way?
It does need to be maintained, however, not this frequently. Not every day.
Would it be if...
If you believe in your power to talk your way out of this, looking to... the three of you, actually. If you believe in your power to talk your way out of this, I can hold the room with one of you, whilst two of you can go out and speak.
I think one of us should definitely stay. I think we should try and sort of waylay Arch Premier from before they get down to this room.
Okay.
Neff, Bluey, I will also get my familiar to come down here, so I'll swap places with my familiar. So if I get captured or anything goes wrong, the familiar will give you a sign.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
So who wants to come with?
Who is more persuasive out of the two of us? Bluey's looking at Neff.
I'm pretty persuasive. I have a +7.
This this conversation happening in character.
+7?
It's my best skill after medicine. It's how I got through medical school.
Wow. People that had the necessary skills.
They're like, Neff, are you sure that you're meant to saw through the rib cage to get to the pancreas? Isn't that like kind of lower? Oh yes, of course. Persuasion.
Chloe, because she has a +0 to persuasion. So
All right, Neff.
Okay.
I think you'll either help me annoy them into delaying, or you'll get us thrown into prison with it. But whatever. Louis, keep an eye on Carl. I will leave my zombies down here because I think they might give the wrong impression. Zombies, do not let Carl, anyone who with aggressive intent, get to Carl.
They just go off the side. I don't want to actually do it, so I'm not going to show you my hands. But they do the finger thing to Karul.
They're gonna
Show solidarity.
All 8 of them are gonna sort of stand between the door and Carl, so
Gotcha.
that.
Okay.
And before Bluey Bluey can position herself. However, with the zombies. Be good, zombies. I'll be back. Let's go now.
Okay. So,
Wait, is with the locusts? Are they coming too? What's happening with the locusts?
I can dismiss them.
That's just been there this whole time.
Oh, wait, did the thing just change? What happened?
Oh, that was weird.
The region changed or something? That was weird.
You dismissed the majority of the locusts. I will say, just for fun, a couple of them are just still buzzing around your head.
Alright, I'll keep a few hundred of them around, but I'll get rid of the most of the 12,000. I mean, 11,999. May Mr. Twiddles rest in peace.
There's a groan like, "Shut up about Mr. Twiddles!" from the inside of the room.
I glare back
Slightly
at...
muffled.
Actually, I'm gonna ignore Cruel, I think. I'm just gonna let him simmer.
Let him sit for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Simmer until done.
So, you guys leave Bluey behind with Coral as you go to face the arch premiere. Bluey, the moment they leave the room, you see you see Coral just kind of like sigh and sit back down in his chair. And he looks at you and he just says, "Well,
well.
Okay then." Looks away.
I thought you were gonna say 3 wells, and I'd be like, "Oh, 3 holes in the ground."
Right.
I think you feel like Griffin.
These are the friends Ulster chose over you, Karul.
I do not like the energy that is here today.
We created the shooting today.
So, the other two, you guys make your way towards. You make your way towards the arch premiere. So, how is it that you wish to proceed with your plan? Open the door?
I think Cass is going to walk with a sort of self-assured, this is all going to plan and it's fine. Please enter and let's have a cup of tea.
Okay, you open the door?
They're gonna find a way in regardless, so at least look cooperative.
Okay. So the mages behind you just stand to attention, but don't cast anything just yet. As you open the doorway, you see the arch premier just standing in front of you. He has this sort of curly black hair that falls just partway down his cheeks. This kind of like sullen expression, confused and sour look on his face. He's not unattractive. He's not particularly tall or particularly short. He just seems like a standard Fae person.
Cass has some experience within like the City Court and the Fae. I feel like she would know how you should respond to the arch premier. Like, do you have to bow or anything like? Basically, is there any
like that?
Needs
just
to
the
know?
Same way you might greet like a prime minister or a leader of state. Just a general respect and maybe a handshake if it's offered to you.
You insult them with jokes. Sorry.
Yeah.
What did you say? Sorry, Anna.
You insult them with jokes.
And reject their handshakes.
Yes. Okay, I think Cass is exuding that sort of slightly respectful heir to the Arch Premier. It is
I
like
studied about Australia personally so that I could be a good. Anyway, go on.
Aw.
Ah,
yeah. So I think Cass would be generally respectful
sure.
and sort of. Yeah.
Okay, well, you open the door. Hello.
What's the time in the Sealy Court at the minute?
It's midday.
Good afternoon, Arch Premier. Please come in. We've been expecting you.
Looks confused. It's not usual that I need to be invited in. Usually, this is an extension of my place of work.
I know, but you not. So I just wanted to sort of create a sort of welcoming environment.
He leans over your shoulder and looks at all the mages. I do believe you've instigated a coup. Not the most welcoming environment.
Some might say a necessary
Like
evil.
some say.
So please, we're doing this at the doorstep. How this is just so rude.
Yes, come on out then. Let us talk in my quarters.
Wait, come on out. Like, where's his quarters?
He has his own residence and his own facilities.
In the Sealy Court or outside the Sealy Court?
So the Sealy Court has an upper district which houses the actual permanent residences of the court members, and then the residence of the Arch Premier, which is like 10 Downing Street, like the White House, something like that, where it's actually a seat of government as well as a residence.
Wherever you would like to do this discussion is fine with me.
He looks around. Well, then there's no need to go all the way back. We can have our discussion here. So, would you like to explain why you have cooed this day?
Yes. So we, as you may be aware, we're sort of the trial process. Will be called for witnesses, and we were given some sort of intelligence, and unfortunately we discovered beneath the court some bad things that prompted things to kind of get out of hand quite quickly, and so we had to maintain order because we don't want the Sealy Court to get completely destroyed as it almost did, because that would be a disaster. And of course, because of all of the things that have gone on, Zarina and Leander have gone with the other members of the Sealy Court to speak to Queen Tatiana to get everything sorted out as quickly and as properly as possible.
So really, you should be thanking us that we cooed.
Not going to say thank you. There are proper channels through which these situations are to be reported.
It was a bit too urgent to file a formal report.
It was, we would much rather have gone through the proper channels, but the proper channels had been blocked, so to speak.
I see. Well then, if that's the case, I'm sure you'll have no problem waiting in a holding facility whilst we discern the legitimacy of that claim. So.
Yes, but then, whilst that is also true, there has been problems within and subterfuge within the court. So as you can well imagine, that we are somewhat reluctant to do that in case anything was to go awry again. But Zarina and Leander should be back very shortly. And in the meantime, I swear to nothing will happen at all. We can just calmly wait for them. And if anything were to happen, then of course, from me or any of my associates, then of course you could throw us in the cell, because that would indicate that we are sort of trying to thwart things in a way that we most definitely are not.
Cass, it's time.
Okay.
Here we go.
Come on.
You would get an advantage because Neff is helping, but I'm going to allow Neff to roll as well.
Ooh, okay.
Just roll one for me.
$16 on Neff's roll.
Okay.
32.
Oh! Okay.
Persuaded
I rolled a
and
17.
inclined to join our cause almost from that roll.
The DC was 31.
You see the Arch Premier kind of look over his shoulder and move closer to the both of you. I have a question.
Yeah.
Was this a bloodless clue? A bloodless coup?
A clue?
I can't speak!
We had no
A
buddies.
bloodless coup?
Unfortunately, not down
We did our best.
where we were protecting the sort of Karul from being interfered with.
Oh,
there
that
was
is...
unnecessary, but I don't know about anywhere else because I was busy defending.
You sure you don't know?
No, I honestly have no idea about what has gone on outside of where I was.
Well, if any extrajudicial harm has come to members of the court, that will be treated very differently. But if you are saying you acted only in self-defense, right? Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 30 minutes. In 30 minutes' time, we will be taking over the situation. Understood?
Of course, and that is completely reasonable.
I recommend you use this time
Certainly.
to make your arrangements and prepare to leave. You can close the door now. That was the end of what I had to say.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Also, you did not convince me. He looks to you. Never. Doesn't say anything to you, Cass.
I think we emancipated him, so he should be grateful.
Yeah, you got the impression that he wasn't being 100% genuine when he was like, "Oh yes, a bloodless coup." Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's intrigued by the concept of emancipation. So I have no tea left. Water. So the door closes.
Okay, I think Cass would go downstairs and sort of the zombies, which were the people that she kind of killed in the coup, is she's gonna kind of be like, let's just go back to being dead because I don't think it reflects well on me.
I don't think it reflects well.
Raised
They
me,
just
so-
kind of like all lie down and pretend to be dead, like play dead,
yeah, it's
like looking you for approval.
yeah, you did a great job, zombies. Okay, so we have
Doing great,
sort of- Oh, damn it! Like our members of our party that can do the sendings, none of them are here. Tome, can you do any sendings?
Oh yes, I can.
Ah, how wonderfully convenient.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you send a sending to Zarina, saying that the Arch Premier has arrived? I have sort of waylaid their process by half an hour if they actually stick to it. That's not saying that they might lie. So hurry.
I understand. This is my magic. Woo, 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 woo. You see, Tome traces a familiar symbol in the air. Their eyes kind of illuminate slightly from behind the irises for a moment, and then there's a whistling noise as the sort of spark just like fizzles out from their hand and fades in the air. That should be with them any moment now.
Oh, great. You can't reach it because of the fucking grove.
No, that it reached. I'm just listening to the reply. Sorry.
Good.
Good. Okay, message has been received. I believe they're just wrapping up with the Lady Titania now. On that note, flashback. So, Slya, Ulster, the two of you, that is you, the two of you are requested to take a seat as Zarina stands holding the strand of beads in front of her, and she just flicks one with her ring finger until it shatters, and from the shattered remains of the pearl comes forth Cortan Ventress,
Ew.
Talia's father. He falls forward on his arms, elbows kind of like digging into the moss, and picks himself up. He clearly hasn't registered exactly where he is at the moment.
The moss
You can tell. You can see Slya that he has not been taken without a fight. There appear to be bruise marks on his cheeks and on his arms where he resisted being taken.
Zarina beat him up 100%.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And so they stand. He stands. And you can see it dawn on his face the moment he knows where he is. And in his anger, he whirls around to Zarina and says, "You liar!" And looks to Titania. She's lying. None of what she says is true. And Titania is just like, "Is that so? Come."
Big hands.
And he flinches away. No. Oh no, my truth will speak for itself. And she says, "I don't think it will."
That was very funny.
And she stands up and takes a step towards him, almost double his height, even though he is a averagely sized man. And she leans down, and Cortan takes a step back, almost hitting Zarina in the chest, but Leander just grabs him by the scruff of the neck and throws him forward, right into Titania's grip. And he struggles, but she just shushes him as she takes his haste. You are of a different breed. Releases him as though like releasing a hot pad, does not want to touch any longer. You can't hide. Not here. Your crimes are clear to me. But I would have you speak them out loud, so that we may purge them. So that we may exercise these emotions. And pass judgment. Speak your truth. Perhaps there might still be kindness shown to you. And Cortan shakes his head. No, I will not speak. I will not speak. Why was I brought here? Where are the other courtiers? Where is my daughter?
Oh.
He looks to you, Ulster.
Also, it's
Oh.
not making those sounds. That's me.
Okay.
Also, it's just like,
I think he looks to you anyway, just kind of like, grr, kind of expression.
also that goes like, grr. Gives me a flash of teeth.
Hortan whirls around, looks up at Titania. I'm not going to speak to this. And he pushes past Saraza and starts to head towards the archway. And at once, you see Zarina, Leander, and Saraza all pretty much in unison shift, their nails lengthening, their ears kind of perking backwards as this sort of like fight instinct is awakened as this man tries to flee from them. And Zarina, I think, no, actually, probably Saraza would get there first, just grabbing him and slamming him to the ground, while Zarina just beckons a hand forwards, and he is dragged back to the center of the grove.
Haha.
It was quite funny. You look and you see that Loran, his teeth are sharpened into points, like you saw him when he was injured, like you saw him when he was fighting Talia.
I think
Fighting.
also just puts his hand up and through Loran's hair and puts on his cheek. And let's go.
Cortan is clearly panicking slightly at this point as he scrambles up and he just looks around. Where is my daughter? Where is she? Zarina just says, that's no concern of you. Now, why don't you tell the truth? She was the mastermind. She didn't. I'm not.
I see where she gets it from.
He looks at you all stare. I'm assuming that was in character.
Yeah.
You would really have us believe that she was the mastermind when she was pacing around the prison cells, waiting for you?
That's not a...
Slimy little man.
I'm not the slime here. I did everything right. I was born to the right situation. Associated with the right people, made the right steps. He looks to Zarina. You know your position should have been mine. Zarina says, I'm sorry.
I love her.
All your education just couldn't beat the natural gifts of a stable hand. So that says more about you, I think, than it does about me. But this is so beneath me now. Come along. We're adults. Tell the truth. Cortan shakes his head and turns to Titania. You have to believe me. You have to trust the years I spent on the court. And Titania leans forward and says, I don't have to do anything. So, you will speak. Or I will kill you.
You don't have to speak.
I will slowly, decompose you whilst you live.
Ooh, I want to learn how to do that.
She smiles at you. And you will feel it. Even after your body is to the earth. As my fawn feeds on you, you'll feel what it is like to be digested and turned to what you truly are on the inside.
It's time.
Then the process will continue onwards forever and ever, until I choose to stop it. Or you can speak now, and try to change your fate.
Cortad just like...
Cortad's just like, 9-foot lady!
Also, on the other hand, questioning his sexuality, like, she's got it.
Cortan seems to break in that moment as he falls to his knees. Fine. Fine. We never meant to execute Karul. There. Is that what you wanted to hear? Is there more? And Titania just says, is there? And then Loren says, yeah, she's right. Is there more? Because I would love to hear it. I mean, this is your chance. Say your piece.
Or apologies.
Apologies also would be fun. And Sarasa just says, I think there is a lot more you're not saying. I can attest to that. The treatment of my family, by yours, it forced us apart. All because you wanted power that you didn't have. Well, my family's together. And how's yours?
Teehee.
Teehee. Cortan shakes his head. My daughter, I needed her in a position of power so that I could have more hands on my side. Yes, we never meant to execute Karul. We broke bread with the Church of Lolth purely so that we could complicate the decision process. We never had any intention of fulfilling their desires. So what?
And who set up the circle beneath the courtroom? The one designed to incinerate the court.
And Leander.
Yes.
We sought to take power. So we allied ourselves with Karul, who early on in our captivity seemed to gain the ability to move through the planes. We noticed it. He made it obvious to us is probably more clear to say. As for the circle, the Church of Lolth bought us time. Just by design, they didn't know what they were doing. They weren't actively in league. But through the complications, we established our plan. We would set a trial date once Karul signaled to us it was time. He seemed to be waiting for magic of his own design to be coming to maturity. We established the circle. We designed it. And Zarina says, ooh, do you have that power? I don't think so. Tell the truth. Who designed it? And Cortan just like spits on the floor in front of her. We have that power. No, you Don't. This is your one chance to be honest. Don't blow it.
I think when he spits, Ulster's nails kind of lengthen in the same way when he killed that assassin who spat on Slya, but he just relaxes.
Loran looks down and is like, you part Tashiri.
I'm a druid.
Weird. I love it.
He flicks around.
Loran has a scratch on its nose.
No! Ulster pokes it and it heals.
It's a joke.
Corton's just like, what?
Oh wait, also, just for fun, you do see a tiny bald spot on Loran's head.
Oh!
Wait.
I didn't realise.
Loran shakes his head. It's not like I'm balding. Checks his hairline.
No, you're not that old yet.
You look at Leander and he has a full head of hair. You feel confident.
Also just combs Loran's hair over his scalp, like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
So.
Can grow moss, I can grow hair. We'll try this later.
I regenerate to grow hair. Anyway. Cortan says, fine, I don't know who designed the circle, but we established it. Like I said, we were supposed to wait until Karul spoke. Until the circle had come to maturity. Until his magic had come to maturity. But...
And who abducted Leander?
Let me explain. The circle was designed to amplify and stabilize the crystal that Karul sent to us. As we put it in the center, a rift seemed to open up, and it seemed the circle was the only thing to keep it from spreading. It was unstable. And that's when we started to wonder whether Karul might double-cross us. And as you all became more involved, we privately discussed a backup plan, my daughter and I. Like I said, she was the mastermind. Oh. He looks like to the side. If Karul turned on us, we wanted to be able to use the circle ourselves. Fine, I'll admit it. Our natural gifts are lesser than yours. Is that what you wanted to hear? And Zarina says, I didn't really care, but... Leander, did you care? I didn't. I kind of forgot his name until today. Sounds accurate. And Cortan just groans and says, fine, they were lesser than yours, but we're friends on the other side. There are more dark magics in the world than just your cults and your churches. He looks to you, Allstone, and then he looks to you, Slya. But our magic is useless in an all-out brawl. There, we said it. So we decided we would take the chance to settle old blood. 2 birds with 1 stone. We would need an engine to power the magical circle, where we couldn't. Zarina was too strong. He seems like he spits the words as he says it, hating the sound of them in his mouth. That stupid little stable boy they brought in has no power to speak of. And Saraza seems to just like tense at that. You're a dud as well. Slya, you remember hearing those words echoed by Talia. Almost to the word. The choice was obvious. With Loran too involved. He looks to Leander. And Leander says, you You saw me leaving early and panicked. And sent your goons after me. I assume. And Corten nods. We were supposed to come to you when the signal was given, a backup plan in case Cruel turned on us, but you were leaving. We have no power in the provinces, especially not the Dahanan state. It really was Talia who went after you. I wouldn't have. I would have found someone else. That's it.
That was
That
big
is
of
the
you.
extent.
Can you imagine allying yourself with tyrants and abusers? Oh, but wait, you did bore one yourself, so not a surprise.
My daughter has a little use, other than to fuel what is already there between our two families.
How sad. You won't miss her then.
What do you mean?
Oh, when the judgments are carried out.
And you see a sort of shadow just kind of loom over him as Titania leans forward and says to you, Ulster, I think you can tell him.
We might have carried out one judgment a bit preemptively.
Cortan just kind of leans forward and looks down. Then justice is served. Justice is served. Yes, my family's had enough of the lost already. I get it. I see it. You've made your point. You don't need to do anything else.
Coward.
Loran says, I couldn't have said it better myself. Coward. Little man. Titania stands. Cortan Ventress, did you have any other allies on the court? Was anybody else working with you? Speak the truth. And she grips his cheek between two taloned fingernails, piercing through.
Spanky.
And he kind of flinches away and he says, No!
Can I insight him?
Sure.
23.
23. His eyes flicker over to the beads. And Zarina notices it too, and so does Loran, I think.
Coward and a liar.
Zarina flicks each of the beads. And you see Nith Noel, Pasha, Shay, Tegan. The rest of the council land on the ground. The satyr, Pasha, jumps to his feet. Nithanol gets up slower. And Tegan lands on both their hooves, considering they have the goat head. Shreya rolls around onto their back and is like, oh, it's not a dream. Looks over to Sarazar instinctively. Oh, you're clean now. Looks over to Ulster. You too?
You've got a bit of a strange fetish there.
I won't say anything more.
Can I insight Cortan to see if his eyes go instinctively, or is he trying to look purposely away?
He's kind of purposely looking away.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean he's going to be very good at it, so roll anyway.
Okay. 27.
27.
I have one use. Lie to me.
27.
Brian has many uses.
Oh,
That's true. With a 27, you can tell that his eyes do instinctively go to Tegan,
I think
Chancellor.
Ulster's not going to say anything because he can't know, but I think he's going to wave his hand and make some very small begonias bloom around Tegan's feet and then sink back into the ground.
Titania smiles. You know your flowers.
Studied.
I like you.
Ulster blushes.
Would you like to sit on my knee?
You're giving Ulster all kinds of feelings. Is this his girl crush?
It's cute. Sorry, Daniel.
Laurent just like...
He is intrigued and confused.
Since when?
Since when?
Sexuality is fluid, Laurent. Especially when they're 9 foot tall.
Laurent, when he dated a tree.
Yeah, Laurent, you dated a tree.
I don't judge. Titania looks at Tegan. Tegan. I chose you from my grove. Step forward. And he steps forward. He says, I have no defense. I wanted more. Just stay silent. And Titania leans forward. Takes his head in her hands. Ah. A victim of my sister. She releases him. I will not bother you with the intricacies of the conflict between the Seelie and Unseelie court. It is beyond this, I believe. I will deal with you, she looks at Tegan, once I have your testimony. You, however, she looks towards Cortan. I think you've made your statement. And while I am alone here, unattended, I do believe it is my right to pass judgment on you.
He's wasting the oxygen for the plants. Ulster thinks, but does not say.
Cortan. And Titania reaches out and takes his face in her hands. And she crushes his head. His blood pours between her fingers, and as it does, It blooms and turns brackish and feeds into the ground. And she lays him down as a flower bed grows from the crushed remains of his skull. With a flick of her hands, the blood just rolls off, leaving no residue. And she says, I am keeping my promise. He does still live trapped in there. I just thought he deserved a little pain before he went.
Can I Arcana check that? That was really cool.
Sure.
It's not gonna be great. Should I use a luck point?
If you like.
Yeah, I will. I don't want another 2. I just don't like 2s. They just don't suit me. Okay, that was better. 16.
Sure.
Plus 8. 24.
24.
Yes.
24.
24. Have I just wasted my second last luck point? Only time will tell.
Okay. Let me just check.
I just think she's neat. Also looking very impressed.
Yes. You know that there are some fruits which do bear flowers from their seeds. The way his head was crushed seems to resemble that in its destruction, as though it were full of seeds and flowers bloomed from that. However, whatever this fruit is, you do not recognize it. You assume it might be native to this plane.
Still.
In terms of Arcana, it does seem like a necromancy spell.
Also doesn't necessarily think he can learn it. He's just like, that's really cool.
You see Nif Noel just kind of squee and kind of scamper behind Zarina at the sight, just like cling on to her like and Zarina's like, you know, I wouldn't have suspected you if you'd come for tea that one time.
And Shay is just like
Shay is like fanning themselves, like looks up at Titania.
me.
Like, you can do that to them while they're still alive? Excuse me. I need to just take a moment.
Shay, I really think you should go to therapy.
I agree.
I can recommend you some very good counsellors.
I wonder if Kindin can cast magic.
Can I also check Kindin?
Kindin is not there at the moment, but you do
Kindin's
remember
not there.
Kindin is there. Kindin is their partner. Both they them pronouns.
Okay. Also looks at the round. I'm so happy I have you.
The round holds you close.
She's like, I mean, I thought we were weird, but that's a new realm.
Why is the only all I can think of is that stupid Army Hammer story?
Oh
no!
Shay, we need to get you some professional help.
You need therapy. You need a lot of therapy.
I just keep thinking about like the Resident Evil 8 memes with like everybody
yeah,
on fire for
Shay's like Ethan and Titania's like,
I hope nobody crushes my skull.
Maybe I
Crush
just
me,
do
big
art of
lady.
this wonderful, wonderful woman. Yes.
Yes.
Anyway, so as the rest of the Sealy court, exempting Tegan and Cortan and Talia, kind of scramble away, except for one. Titania says, so next I do believe you will need to establish a new court. However, I think if this has shown me anything, it's that my influence is needed far more directly. I shall call a parliament of stars.
She's so cool.
Excuse me, I misspoke. A court of stars.
She's still cool.
Which you hear Serena just inhale like, oh, that's and she looks at the rest of you, a parliament between the Seelie and the Unseelie courts.
Mm.
And Titania says, darkness has touched our realm. Those undying lands which I have laid claim to have dedicated my life to protect. In my immortality, I have forgotten the fleeting time that passes below. And those moments that pass like ripples in water to me are waves in your lifetimes. Dear Loran, I was surprised to see you grown. Serena, in your long life, 100 years does not make too much difference to me, but it is seeing your children that reminds me. It is hearing these stories that reminds me what I need to do. A new court will be formed, one which serves and does not dally. You have my thanks and my gratitude. And once the new court is established, I would like to meet your associates, who I have seen in your minds and in your hearts, and thank them as well. You carry a mighty burden, and I wish there was nothing more. I wish there was more I could do. However, there is far too much. My plane is far too close to war. But there is one thing I can offer you. And she reaches out, and from the ground, she summons forth what appears to be a vine or a plant shoot. Leaves wrap around it, forming this casing of sorts. It almost resembles a water skin, just very small. And she plucks it and fills it with water from the fountain, putting a stopper in the top. Time is precious. And there might come a moment where you need just one day more. This will give you that. And she passes it to you, probably to Slya, considering I think you'd be the closest. And I'm assuming that Ulster and Loran are still vaguely cowering from Shay.
Yes, we'll take it.
Like ripples and waves. This will change the passage of time just for you.
That's spooky.
Do not waste this gift. There will not be another like it. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. And she stands, and she approaches Loran and takes his hands and kisses him on the head. And then the same to you, Allstair. Slya,
Allstair beams.
Sarasa, Zarina, and Leander. And then she helps Shay to their feet.
Shay is having a great time.
Yeah. They just like, ah!
Oh, Shay.
She helps Pasha and Nith Noel. And she waves her hand. And the grove opens. Go home. I think you'll find that hardly any time at all has passed. Another gift to you. And she sits down at her fountain. And she sits down at her fountain and turns to Tegan. And just leans forward onto her elbows.
Been very naughty.
And Zarina stands, bows, then begins to move towards the exit.
Allstair follows suit. But the second they're outside, he's like, I like her. I like her. She's amazing.
I know
To
she's
Zarina.
a druid patron. Zarina says, I know! Oh, she is something else.
Really? You know, Slyan'ssun and I don't have a really great relationship. I should probably chat with him at some point, but she's really cool.
Oh, Sylvanus is a little bit dry for my standards. Titania, though.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Zarina also just fan curling at the front.
So I could just say, like, Cass is very happy about the fact that this is going to be her new JT. She's like, yes, this is it.
Oh yeah. Cass 100% is going to meet Titania and have a nice chat, and they're going to have a good time. 100%.
Also, like, can I come? I just want to see the big lady again.
Honestly.
Yeah. Well, Leander, Loran says, I mean, she is a patron of druids. If you fall out with Sylvanus.
Well, I'm planning on having a chat with him about, you know, the whole curse he has put on the Messiah. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, that, yeah. What
Wasn't
about
very
come to
nice
a
of
head in
him.
the King's Trials?
Wow, I wonder. Who knows?
Who knows? Anyway, let's head off. And Loran starts walking up in one direction. Wow, I feel incredibly light all of a sudden.
Also grabs Loran's hand before he can walk too far. He's like, just stay here.
Okay. Loran's just like, whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, and you guys make your way out. As you walk, the greenery begins to thin until you see yourself moving not through shrubbery, not walking with moss underfoot, but walking through the stone-lined halls, the wooden-floored corridors of the Sealy Court itself.
Oh.
And you turn back, and the grove is gone, leaving just the way you came behind you.
Very cool.
Oh no, Zarina says. And Cass, you close the door and turn around, and behind you, you see, emerging from the very corridor that you left, Cruel inside, the friends who went to meet Titania.
Oh,
You're reunited. The party is together. Neff, you see
Guys,
them as well. Of
so
course.
it's been going quite well here.
Hey guys.
How did you guys do?
We met Titania.
How was
Oh, what's she
Titania?
like?
She was wonderful.
Amazing. 9 foot tall. She can crush people's heads and turn them into mulchy, everlasting flowers.
9 feet tall. She's like more than 2 of me.
A little bit like, oh.
Yeah. Also
Loran
swallows.
Loran is like, I mean, same. But I'm confused.
Well, Loran, you know that sexuality is a spectrum, and it also starts explaining to him.
I was like,
I love you,
I
Loran.
understand.
You're the only one for me, forever and always. But I just can't help it. She was very cool.
This is true. One day, she and I will be very good friends, and I can bring you to
Exactly.
come visit.
I would like that very
Perfect.
much.
Yes. But we do actually need to sort out the Sylvanus situation, so.
Angry. God.
Ah, yes.
Try.
I know.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll try to chat to him. I haven't.
Cass, you'll be her friend too. We can just have little group tea parties.
Yeah.
I'm so down for this. Like, let's get rid of Elan.
Yeah.
I'm so ready to be fully with the archway.
I like this.
It's amazing.
I like this very much.
I had so much fun.
Now, who is watching Coral?
Bluey.
Bluey.
And this is another character.
The second she says
like-
Bluey, he's like running. Poor Bluey,
Crawl's
save
just
her innocent soul.
Looking at you like, as if he's waiting.
She's like looking over, like
Staring contest.
sword.
You're not blinking.
Can we roll for staring contest?
She is a lizard. She
Roll
does
a
have
constitution
advantage.
check. That's true, roll with advantage.
We have those
A lizard
double actions.
boy.
I guess we're about to find out. A constitution check.
Drum roll.
Oh,
Who wins?
8.
With advantage?
Oh,
With advantage?
Sorry.
sorry.
I'd say that was sad.
11.
Oh.
That's a bit sad.
I'm sad. I'm sorry. The moment that Coral says, "Is this a staring contest?" you blink. Oh.
Oh, excuse me.
He's disappointed.
He's so bored.
You just
So bored, he was looking forward to that
Trying to
little
figure out.
competition.
Oh,
what you are. What your game is here.
Everyone has a game.
A dragon.
Dragon.
do you want to know something about me? Like what?
Fun fact about Bluey.
I'm
Go on,
blue.
Dabba-dee-dabba-da.
boy.
You double die.
Me knowing about myself?
Coral's gonna break Bluey.
Is that a problem for you? Are your memories a little bit hazy? Oh, then let's ask a different question. How about a fun fact about your parents?
Also sprinting together. He knows he's gonna do this.
Just the one parent, really, and I'm not like body. I'm not from him. Yeah, I mean, he made that clear, like, when I was young. But, he loved me. He was a great dad. His name was Dadelan.
I love Bluey.
What did you say, Blue, in the second part? His name was Dadelan.
Why am I telling you this? Like, what? Like,
Your guess is as good as mine. At which point the door, I think, just gets thrown open, and Crawl looks over and just like jumps out of his chair, like.
Hi, Bluey.
hello.
How are you feeling?
I mean, you weren't gone for long. I don't know.
We weren't really keeping track. It was a bit spooky.
I'm assuming that the others are following suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone just peering in the door, Crawl like,
Ash shoves Neff to the front.
yes, Neff.
Oh
in you go.
no, not this again. No.
I love
Hi.
the staring contest.
I'd rather have that peacocking merchant man.
Ran right behind.
Anything?
There's a peacock merchant.
And I was like, I am here. Loran just
Loran, you
waves
sell
his hand
peacocks? I had no idea.
I turned him into a peacock
I
very
do.
recently.
Oh.
Mhm.
How
Yeah, it was
did that
quite
go?
I pulled out a feather and now he has a bald spot and it's a bit sad.
Oh.
I'm gonna try and regrow it later, but I really don't have much experience with hairdressing.
I'm sorry for your loss, Loran.
That's okay. At least it was an accidental hair loss, unlike, and he points to Karul. I can see.
Yeah, how old is Karul now?
Zarina says, we've been trying to figure that one out, actually. Karul. Would you
Everyone
like to
touched him.
answer that question? He sits down.
Neff
How would I tell
asks
you?
how old he is. Go on. Let's try and get a rise out of him.
When's your birthday,
We should
Karul?
take guesses.
So that I can ignore it when it is your birthday. I'm not even gonna wish you one.
We could place
Loran
guesses.
says, I think he's like really young, actually. I'm gonna go for it. I think he's like 4. Little baby. Little baby man. Ooh woo baby
Nah.
wants my dummy.
Look at that comb over. He's clearly a really, really old man trying to pretend to be young.
That's true. He's either like 40 or he's like 800, like needs a walking stick and he's just using an illusion to hide it.
It's just really
That makes me
creepy.
feel a bit gross.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at those cute nails.
It's kind of
He is
disgusting.
gross.
I never noticed those.
Yeah, look at them, Brian. Look at them.
Ugh.
Youth blinds us.
And Neff noticed
You should really cut those.
he's left like.
Well, we
small
can't give him
on-
sharp implements.
He can just bite them off. I know some people do that.
Mm.
I don't bite my fingernails anymore.
Maybe you should, because they're really long.
We
I
should
would
do some-
advise it. Do you want to check the toenails as well? We can all turn around.
I don't know, I think I want to see his toenails. If his fingernails look like that, then I'm certain that...
I dread to
I
fall.
am not going to show you my feet. To which Loran says, it's okay if they're small. We get it.
Oh
Nothing to prove.
That explains so much.
It really does.
Neff looks shocked at Brian.
All of the zombies just get show their little pinky finger now instead of their middle finger. And they're just like,
Oh my god.
Karul just kind of like pulls his forehead back and just like slips his hand through his hair. And Zarina
Watch
says,
out.
I think
Gotta watch that comb over.
as fun as this is, a coup is imminent. A second coup from not us. So let's a counter coup, let's say. So let's get this established.
Yes.
Karul, you're going to be moved. We, and she looks to the rest of the group, are going to go and have a fun little family dinner in the Maasai. How
Oh.
nice! How nice is that?
Dinner
Not
sounds
with
nice.
Karul, though, right?
No, well, no. Karul's not really family.
Okay.
No, once he is, we will go and do that. And Karul leans forward and says, "You think it will be that easy to end me?"
oh, shut up. We are going for a nice family dinner and we don't
You're
need
ruining it.
I love how
Don't
done we
need
are
your
at this
energy in
point.
here, Karul.
He's driving menacing, we're just like...
bad vibes.
It's truly, 109 sessions of dealing with the bullshit, we're just like, no, we're done with this.
No more. If you're not afraid of him, he can't hurt you.
Yeah.
That's Allstairs' approach now.
When the chaos is overtaken.
He can't hurt us anymore. He can only smudge the magical barrier and insist that it's not smudged.
Oh, it is looking a bit dirty.
I didn't even know you could smudge magical barriers.
I didn't either.
He's that dirty.
Can I insight check Karul?
Yeah, same.
Would love to do that too. actually.
Not a great roll, but it's pretty good anyway. 19.
19, Slia.
Oh.
Yes, natural 20 plus 9, so
Natural
29.
Decent roll from Bluey. Neff.
Should I roll as well?
Good roll,
Alright.
Bluey. Neff.
I'll roll a roll.
We're all just looking
Right.
at Cruel like,
Alright.
hey.
18.
18. Right. It looks like he's about to explode. He is quivering. He is steaming. Steaming so much, in fact, that his hair is beginning to sort of like fizzle at the ends. Fry a little. And he just says, "You think I am an idiot.
You think that I think
Don't
how
speak,
bold
Neff.
of you to
Do
assume.
not speak! Shut up! Shut your mouth! You are the worst of them, and I am glad that Osha is gone!
She's not gone, she's just not with us right now.
She is gone, and she is out of your reach. When you send her to Eldralith,
No, I sent her a message, she said she's okay. I'm sure she's just busy.
did that really sound like her?
I don't know, sometimes she has like a sore throat.
Tell yourself whatever you like, Neff, but you are wrong.
Also leans into Neff's
The
ear and
rest
says,
of you.
don't worry, I have hair.
I think I do too, but I don't know if Curl does.
That's so good.
It has been more than 10 days since she's been to Eldralith, though, just so be careful. So
Okay.
just think about that.
I think Neff is also trying to hide like her true feelings to some extent about what he's saying, because I don't think she's trying to like.
And to the rest of you.
And he won't have any after he singes them all off at this rate.
I don't need hair.
I think you do.
I don't.
You lose a little bit
I
of your
have
charm
Hair
without
is
it.
in his hair. Cut it off. That's how he attracts his victims.
Snip, snip, bitch.
Denial is one of the first stages of grief, Curl. It's okay, you don't need hair. We're here for you.
Shut up, Neff! Or I will make you!
Do it.
Shut up, Neff! Shut up! Be quiet.
No, you.
Sorry, I'm trying to say
No, it's great. It's great. It's
Do
okay,
tell us
Cruel.
what you can do from your little cell.
It's okay to be angry and upset when things are so out of your control.
If I was you, I'd be really angry too.
Like Neff! She's completely out of everyone's control.
Thanks, Brian.
Yes.
This doesn't
It does.
with me.
No, but it's a start.
Oh, that's a good line. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can try and convince me all you like. That Jarrell is dead and Valis is hidden. I see through you. Even
What
if
do you
I
think,
die-
Chloe? Do you think that even if he wasn't dead, he would still want you? Either of them. They're as good as dead, so just accept that.
You think I won't find another?
Not if we cut off your hand, no.
Not if we cut off your factory and bound you to your body.
Nobody says that.
No.
Unfortunately, you do know that certain bodily functions are not necessary in childbirth in this universe. But regardless,
You can try and find another. Up to your standard. But you do keep losing them, Cruel. It's a bit of a pattern.
You might want to lower your standards a bit.
to your level.
That's a big drop.
I want
And
to
also
roll
work
an
on keeping them.
I'm not suspicious that it's a toupee.
I don't know if I'd be
Cass is like eyeing his hair, like, is it even real? I'm gonna roll an investigation. That is a 19.
Cruel psychic damage at this point. She's like,
It's an 19. Is his hair real or is it a toupee?
It's a toupee.
I knew it!
It's that kind of glue-on toupee that like it looks really real, but it's
Cass
slightly
goes
off.
to Darwin. His hair's fake. It's a toupee.
I feel sorry for you, Karul, though, because if I was in your position and I was lowering the bar to find somebody at my level, I don't know if anybody would be able to limbo underneath that.
Hang on.
Slya just like gives Neff an affectionate rub on the back.
can I give him another insight check to see if he's genuinely upset?
Sure.
22.
He is at the very least genuinely frustrated and annoyed. Upset might be a bit of a strong word. He says, "You think you have me cornered, but you don't. I have fail-safes everywhere.
We have you cubed in
Things
a cell.
will happen. I'm cubed in a cell. Sure. Fine. I can't leave. I can't communicate. And if I don't communicate, things happen. People die. Indiscriminately and pointedly. So, if you want to take that risk, kill me. Execute me. And see just how many lives it takes. How many lives it costs to do that.
I could just babysit you for a few years. If you prefer that.
Okay, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I insight check this, right? The specific thing that he's just said?
Right
Sure.
here. Right now.
Go for it.
Okay. Oh gosh, we're at that level where it's like all of my good stats are 9s, and I'm like, I'm gonna learn these.
You got this.
28.
You got this. Yeah. Make it a
Okay.
10 minus 1. Make it a 10 and minus 1.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yes.
28.
26.
20.
Sorry. 26.
26. Cool. Okay. With a 26, it's hard to tell what is a half truth and a full truth, but there is a mixed bag here. You know that he doesn't know he doesn't have those bodies still. That you have managed to hide from him, or at least to your knowledge, you've managed to hide from him. So it's likely to you that his throwaway nature is coming from that. His sort of like kill me and see what happens nature is coming from that.
Okay.
He's
It
already
does
planning
seem to
to
be
come
a
back
bit
and get Neff.
There seems to be a bit more truth to the statement of things will happen if I die.
Okay. I would
Things will happen if he doesn't die.
I would like Karol to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Serena's there
You-
though.
As you begin to cast the spell, you need to make a sleight of hand check.
Okay, it's not actually I'm doing a channel divinity to read thoughts.
Okay, unfortunately, that
That won't
probably
pass through
won't pass through the. I'm
the
sorry.
barrier. Okay. That was what I was wondering is I was going to ask a question which was, will a read thoughts pass through the barrier?
Sure.
But if it won't pass through the
You
barrier,
could
I feel
ask
like Slya would
Serena.
know that. Okay.
The best thing you could do is ask Serena about those magical ins and outs of things.
Can I do a sending to Zarina to ask if detect thoughts will pass through the barrier?
Sure thing. You send that sending.
Yeah.
And in her reply, she says, no. That is not how I've designed it.
Okay.
And then she says, however, we will need to discuss transportation. We cannot use pocket dimensions.
The big bubble.
I have an idea. Just saying. Even though he can't.
That was it. Sorry, that was a mind message.
No, I've got an idea, but he'll bring it up when we're not in the room.
Sure. Zarina looks over at Coral and says, we will prepare you for transportation to the Messiah.
All-Star waves.
Long after that. And maybe you'll be able to get that reunion you wanted. I'm not sure it'll be all happy families. So, enjoy your last few hours here. Maybe even less than that. Thank you for your time. And Serena moves to the door.
Somebody needs to stay with him.
Neff.
Should it be me? I haven't done a shift yet.
I think you could do a shift. I also want to maybe ask Slya to send a sending after we're done here, really quickly.
Yeah.
We'll switch it out because I need to talk to Zarina as well. But I'll go for an hour or so now.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'll take a shift as well.
Okay, so Allstar and Slya are staying in. You are also joined by a plethora of other mages. Everybody else, as you exit the room, you see Zarina kind of instantly move alongside Leander to the front of the foyer, going outside just as it appears that the regimented guards are making their way in. With a wave, she stops them, and she turns back and she says, let me sort this out, just waving at the whole army. And Leander says, well, we'll sort this out. And you all just don't start any fires. Wonderful. And they back away.
I also just really liked the image of like the leader of the Sealy Corp rocking up and there's just a random dwarf being like, hold up.
Hello.
Hang on.
No. There's other shit going on. You need to back up.
Wonderful. All right. So, Cass, Neff, Bluey, Slya. I'm sorry, Cass, Neff, and Bluey. You're left with Saraza and Loran. Although Loran would have stayed with Ulster, definitely. You're left with Saraza.
Picnic.
As the others stay in Coral's chamber, what are you doing?
I know Blue's that they're going to be like looking at Neff, thinking about the concerning Oathra comment, and like, is the same expression on her face, like.
Neff also is a bit more open with her outward concern.
I think knowing that Slya and Loran are senders of the party are now, Cass just going to call like, Tome!
Tome! Chop chop!
Oh god. You've co-opted this poor maid.
He's ours now.
So Tome appears moments later like, hello.
Hi.
What am I? Yes?
I wanted to ask you a favor, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Would
Okay.
Are you able to cast sendings?
Yes.
Could you please send a message to my wife for me? I can't do it myself.
Okay. Kind of sort of like confused. Who is your wife?
Osha Bayrak.
Osha Bayrak. He consults his mental address book. Whilst I just check the spell.
She lives at 555 Seidel Street.
She doesn't. Plot twist. Right.
She's very windswept. Likes to wear armor.
She
Has
has
a lot
really
of childhood trauma.
strong muscles. Rippling, in
Big
fact.
muscles.
Tome says, "I'm sorry, I don't know her."
Oh, okay. Do you know anyone who might
I can
know
send
her?
a message to my friend.
Okay.
Do you have any like? Well, if you have someone who's vicariously met her. Oh, it's unfortunately it's that's more for a scrying situation.
Okay.
If you have someone who would have spoken of her or you described her to.
Well, my party members have seen her in person and talked to her.
You could also go back to Slya and she could just step out of the room.
I just had a thought. What if I just go ask Slya really quickly? Thanks for your, I don't know where that thought came from, but...
What? Oh, okay.
It's okay,
Ran
I'm
doesn't
going now.
call.
And Tome starts walking away.
Oh no,
So you run back to Bluey?
I mean, I'd want to know, like, would you be able to do a sending to someone you don't know if you kind of saw someone else's memories of them? And then
Ooh.
was like, oh,
Maybe.
yes,
Do you have those capabilities?
Oh, I don't.
I have this photo album.
Okay,
I don't
that's a
know.
really interesting theory. That's a really interesting theory. The High Solarian might have done a paper on that and published it a couple of decades ago, but I don't remember.
Is it available to the public, or do you have to pay?
There's a library called JSTOR.
Oh, that
We
old
can
classic.
provide you with a login.
We can provide you with the Mages of Oberon login, but it's like a kind of like one person viewing it at a time situation, and Clara Bell has been like really studying hard recently, and it's just she's kind of taking up all the time.
Just kidding.
No,
Okay, so, yeah, no, that's all. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
thank you though. That was a really interesting theory. So Neff, you go to Slya.
Did Cass want to ask something of Tome?
Yeah,
Cass,
I
do you want to ask
did, but I'm going. Basically, classes are wondering if she can keep her dead bodies that she killed. But she was going to ask Paul, did she actually think Zarina is more bloodthirsty? So she's actually going to wait and ask Zarina instead.
Fair enough.
Got you. Okay.
Okay, I'll go.
Sweet.
I'll go knock on the door.
So, okay, you knock.
Nah.
Slya, or
Yeah, it's me.
what do you want, Neff?
Okay, Slya, could I borrow you for just a moment?
Y'all got this.
I suppose.
I do suppose.
As long as around
Please
another
step out.
tantrum.
Thanks. Hey,
I
Slya,
have
how's
a
it?
tantrum. I'm doing quite good.
Or step bats him.
Picnic! Immediately turns around and starts summoning picnic blankets down the middle.
Also, it's like, okay.
A picnic basket. Hi, Slya. Thanks.
You
Yes,
okay? You summon Slya.
I summoned Slya.
God, I didn't know you had that power, Neth.
I didn't know either, but it's really cool. Look at it. I can summon an entire single with open parentheses 1 close parentheses Slya to our party. Hi, Slya.
What can I do for you now?
Okay, so I didn't really show up before, but I'm kind of really worried. Would you mind possibly sending for me? Because I can't send sendings to my wife.
Yeah, of course. What do you want to say?
Hi, it's Neff. Are you alive? Love, Neff.
Neff, do you want me to look in on her instead?
What do you mean?
You won't be able to.
Oh, right, because, yeah, we're not on the same plane. I'm wrong. Forget that I said that, because I know how magic works.
Resident Scry here telling you.
I was curious if you had something
Thank you.
different to the usual.
I don't scry very often.
I scry very often. I have had this problem before.
Yes.
I think that's what I want to include in the message. I'm just
Yeah, of course, I'll send a message.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
So I send Neff's message.
So, Neff, can you just repeat the message to me?
Hi, it's Neff. Are you alive? Love, Neff.
Boop.
Okay. There's a pause.
Oh no.
And there is a moment saying, I am alive and well, Neff. I'm concerned for your welfare. Thank you for reaching out.
That's
I
weird.
love you.
Can I do an
Neff.
insight check on that message?
Sure
possible?
thing.
I just want to know if that sounds like OSHA or not to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I insight? But yeah, Neff's gonna
I think
insight.
Slya and
Oh.
Neff, both of you do it. Slya
Okay.
because you've been receiving the messages, and Neff
Yeah.
because you're sending them. You know OSHA.
Could I do it with advantage because I'm not my wife?
Sure, yeah, do it. Do it.
Awesome. Didn't help me,
Because I know
but
my wife.
that's gonna be on my end at least a 22.
22 and Slya.
24.
Both of you. But probably Neff first. Neff, from the very first sending you sent OSHA, this sort of tone has come out. I'm sorry, the very first sending you sent OSHA since you parted ways and she went to Eldrith.
Yeah.
This is the type of tone that you've noticed come out. And you think of something now that never occurred to you. She never said I love you in person. She's only ever said it over
True.
sending.
True. Oh no, dude.
The way the spell
And-
works, it should connect to the right person, right? Right?
But she might be taking
And
over.
yes, Slya, it does connect to
Oh, no.
OSHA, and does sound like OSHA as far as you know. But there is a cadence which you've never really thought to question before. A turn of phrase which is incredibly generic and non-specific. And then Neff, you kind of just think on that dream you walked away from.
Oh no. So yeah, I'm
And
worried.
that's probably about the most.
I think
as
she's
much as I
alive, but I don't think. Well, I think it's her, but I don't think it's her.
Yes, there is magic which can take over the mind.
Can you send another
We
sentence
sh-
to me? Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
We shouldn't let her know what's up. We don't know who's in there.
For sure. I haven't let her know really. Well, I've been sort of. I guess it's a good thing that I'm a bit
Consistent.
Yeah, I've been really not saying much because I've thought that we could like catch up and I'd be like, hey, there's everything that happened in person, but I just sort of been like, oh, hey, I will tell you everything later. But okay, could you maybe send another sending from me if you wouldn't mind to
Sure.
my wife.
My wife.
My wife. Hi,
Are you
OSHA. Sorry, yeah.
Are you sure?
What are you sending?
Yeah, I think I'm sure.
My wife.
Well, I'll tell you, and then you can tell me if it's a good idea or not.
Okay.
Also, I think you guys noticed that Cass, Bluey, and Saraza are also still with you, and Saraza looks like he has something to say, but he's waiting.
Okay. I guess I could run it by all of you, but I think I just want to ask her where she is at the moment,
Of course,
and if we can meet up.
that's fine.
So,
I think it might be.
yeah.
Neff,
Zarazer.
you remember she had a. I don't know if I'm clutching at straws here. She went to Eldrith, yes.
I think so. Well, I don't know that for sure, but that's what I think we were discussing.
Eldrith, where Elijah is, in Ender's body.
Mm-hmm.
A dead soul in a living host.
You think there's a dead soul in her?
Didn't the Bayrax have a vested interest in bringing her brother back from the dead?
I know she did, at least for a very strong period of time. I don't know if if that was an impression left on her by the rest of her family. But the way she spoke about him seemed like she revered him a lot, as in the way a family might.
She also seemed pretty content with doing bad things to get him back.
Well, at first, but I feel like we kind of came around on that a little bit.
But I think if she thought she could bring him back, yeah, maybe. I think what Sarah's is saying.
Maybe. I'm wondering if maybe there's anybody else who was involved in this too. I don't know if it would have just been her on her own.
I don't know. That's just a theory.
I think it's a good theory,
It
though.
could be that her mind is just taken over.
I think for now, though...
Whichever it is, we need to find out where she is.
Yeah.
Don't, Neff,
Yeah.
with your sending, don't tell her that we're going.
No, of
I
course not.
think.
I haven't mentioned anything, and I have no
good
plans of
to-
doing that.
Hush, hush.
Concern.
But I think for now, I'll... Well, I know that I'm talking with Osha's body. I guess I could act like it's still Osha, in a way, because it sort of is. It's a part of her. I know what I'm trying to say. Okay, here's what I want to ask, or send, I guess, if you think it's okay. Hi, Osha. Neff here. Where are you? I want to talk soon. Love, Neff.
The reply.
Sarah's what do you think?
See how earnest she is, if you can hear it in her voice.
Okay, Slya will send it.
Okay. My
There's a
wife.
moment's pause.
Sad Borat voice. My wife.
There's a moment's pause. And then in your mind, Slya, you hear. Don't worry. I'm in Eldredith. Exactly where you left me. I miss you, Neff. I'd love to see you soon.
I don't like it.
Flower.
I love you. And that is where we will end this session.
Oh.
Can I insert that right before we
And before
pull
we
away?
end, I think
Yeah.
Cass is going to give Neff a hug. Like, Cass
Okay.
is hugging Neff. She's like, it's like trauma again.
She'll hug you back. Oh, trauma.
Yeah, another hug. But
What's
26.
something fun? 26. It's definitely a little bit skewed and unnatural. Nondescript, incredibly basic.
Mhm.
A description of cruel. Nondescript, incredibly basic.
I-
Also, I love
Yeah.
how we are just constantly skirting around like the distinct trauma locations. Melas, Eldrelith, the Maasai. We just don't go here.
We're going to the Maasai.
We are going to the
The
Maasai.
Maasai, maybe not so much. Maybe more Feyways as a trauma location for
Yeah.
your Feyways.
Well, that might be a source
We
of
don't
some
enter the
interesting
trauma
stuff, I
realms.
guess.
Bluey, what's gonna happen, Bluey, is everybody else's trauma has been like sprinkled across this whole campaign. Yours is just gonna be like dumped on your head.
Yeah.
Very, very heavily.
It's like, alright, you get a teaspoon of, just a sprinkling of trauma sprinkler. Oh yes, Bluey, and you get a full gallon jug of
Bluey gets
trauma
the
for you.
full ice bucket challenge. Just plunk.
It's just because with Bluey, we just keep hinting about like this whole big problem in this area where you can't
Massive
remember
problem.
everything. And then when we go, it's gonna be like kaboom.
There's just problems everywhere. It's all messed up.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been swimming in problems the whole time.
I had a fun thought
Shut
Right, then
up.
let's-
Not fun, Brian.
Okay.
Shut up.
before we actually end. What would your character sound like for all of you? Even Emma, for Loran or whichever NPC you choose. If they were possessed by somebody else, how would they talk?
Also, it really sounds weird.
Like if somebody contacted them and they were like trying to convince them that they're fine, like, yeah, everything's all good.
I think
Oh.
if
If someone was like possessing Loran,
Yeah.
you go first, Cass. I can't. Go first, George. I can't think.
I think Cass's would be very much like, oh my god, let's just go to the bar. Forget this. It doesn't matter. Let's just go get a drink. All good. More alcohol. I think that's
Yeah.
basically what it would be like for Cass.
Convincing.
It depends
For
who's
sure.
possessing them, though, I guess.
True.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
mysterious
If
big
it's
bad guy.
If it's Loran, it'd probably be something like, I love my husband, hello, what can I do for you? Oh, I can certainly do that for you. Neff is silly and Bluey is not a nice person. Or something like, don't worry, Bluey, we're friends now.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Is that what Lorenz has to do while he's possessed, or while he's?
No, that's bully Loran, because people think Loran's mean and a bully. And he's actually soft.
No, he's soft.
Hello, fellow party adventurers. I'm ready to swing my mystical weapon at 5th level.
Yeah.
Just open your eyes a little bit wider and it's like, now you're possessed.
Hi, everyone.
Why is possessed?
It's me, Neff. I feel really well this morning. I hope you're all doing well.
I've deliberately been doing that that style of message, thinking it was really obvious.
I had my suspicions, but I think Neff is like still.
I think it was the I love yous that were a bit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit intense.
I think I, as a person, probably would have interpreted as like something is a bit weird here, but Neff is probably just like
She's probably just stressed because she's an Eldrillith and we're away from each other, so she sounds a bit stressed out. But I'm sure she's okay.
Yep.
That's why way back, Ulster put the plan in place with the code words in case
yeah.
someone was possessed.
Did we set up code words with those? I don't think we did we?
No.
I don't remember this plan.
If anything's wrong,
it was
it's
only with
pineapple.
Loran,
Yeah.
Jet and Vi.
Maybe we should make that plan wider.
It was a good plan.
Yeah.
Don't know why we
Yeah.
didn't implement it wider.
If we can save Ursula.
To be
she's
honest,
like,
I've just been assuming it was kind of like something you would say automatically. So even if you kind of missed it off your messages, I've been kind of thinking you would include it.
Definitely
Yeah.
between Loran.
I mean, yeah, 100%, 100%.
Pretty funny. Emma
Sorry, let's
is
finish
like
the stream.
slow motion to
Yeah.
me. She's like juddering.
Oh.
It's like
I'm a slideshow. Oh.
right.
I'm a slideshow.
Rightio, let's finish up here and then
Right.
we can go here. So, I thank you all for watching, and we will be back same time next week for more D&D, and tomorrow for more D&D.
Tomorrow. An hour
Yeah.
later than
Danny
usual.
boys.
Is it?
Hour later than usual.
Oh yeah. Wait. I think I said 7 p.m., but it's 8 p.m. I think, right?
Is it?
I think we said 8 p.m. for Quinny.
Yeah.
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 Is
I'll
it?
correct that in the chat. It'll be 8 p.m. for a shorter game, probably. However, with
good.
potentially very, very important lore stuff, so if anybody is missing, I will postpone it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys so much for playing, and I will see you all next week or tomorrow. Bye bye.